Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. Steva had been unfaithful to his wife Dolly with a former governess. When Dolly found out, she told him she could no longer live under the same roof. For 3 days the house had been tense. Dolly stayed in her room, Steva avoided home. The children roamed freely, and the servants were on edge, some even threatening to leave. On the 3rd morning, Steva woke up, not in his wife's room, but on the leather sofa in his study. For a brief moment he smiled, lost in a strange dreamlike memory. But the cheerful feeling faded as he remembered why he wasn't in his usual bed. The painful quarrel with Dolly. He recalled the night it all unraveled. He had returned from the theatre in good spirits, holding a pear for his wife, only to find her sitting silently with the letter that exposed his betrayal. Dolly, usually busy and flustered with household matters, had simply looked at him, her face full of hurt and anger. When she asked, "What's this?" Holding the letter, Steva had reacted in the worst way possible. Instead of explaining, apologizing, or even remaining silent, his face broke into a foolish automatic smile, the same friendly smile he wore out of habit. Seeing it, Dolly was horrified, lashed out with harsh words, and stormed away. Now, as Steva sat on the sofa, all he could think was, it was that smile. He blamed himself, yet felt helpless. "What's to be done?" he asked himself softly, but there was no answer. And so, the house remained heavy with sadness, a family, once bound together, now drifting apart. Do you love stories? Please don't forget to like and subscribe to support me. Steva was honest with himself. He did not regret his affair, only that he had been caught. He wished he had hidden it better, assuming his wife Dolly had long turned a blind eye. But her pain and anger had been unexpected, and now his once orderly life was in turmoil. Unable to change the past, he decided to distract himself with the routine of the day. Dressing in his fine robe, he rang for his valet, Matvey, who brought in his clothes and a telegram. Matvey, ever loyal, hinted that things would improve, and as Steva read the telegram, his mood lifted. His beloved sister Anna was arriving tomorrow. Matvey understood the importance of this news. Perhaps Anna could help mend things between Steva and Dolly. But when Matvey delivered Dolly's response, it was clear she was still deeply hurt. Let him do as he likes. Even their nurse, Matrona, urged Steva to beg for forgiveness, reminding him of his suffering wife and children. Embarrassed but unwilling to face Dolly yet, Steva sighed, pushed the thought aside, and allowed Matvey to dress him for the day, clinging to the hope that things might somehow fix themselves. Freshly dressed and scented, Steva walked into the dining room, where coffee and letters awaited him. As he read, one letter troubled him. It was about selling a forest on his wife's property, something he couldn't discuss with her until they reconciled. The thought that money matters were tied to their marriage troubles made him uneasy. Trying to distract himself, he flipped through the morning paper, reading political and financial news without much care. Hearing his children playing outside, he called them in. His daughter Tanya, his favorite, hugged him affectionately, while his son Grisha remained distant. Steva asked about Dolly, knowing the answer before Tanya even spoke. She hadn't slept and was not cheerful. Should he go to her? His heart told him it was useless. She could never inspire love in him again, and he could never become a man who didn't crave love. Facing her would only lead to lies and empty gestures. And yet something had to change. Summoning his courage, Steva took a deep breath, squared his shoulders, and finally stepped into his wife's bedroom. Dolly stood in her bedroom trying to pack her things, but her hands trembled. She had told herself over and over that she must leave, that she must punish Steva for his betrayal. But the truth was she couldn't. She loved him still, and she knew her children needed stability. Yet the pain in her heart was unbearable. When Steva entered the room looking fresh and healthy, Dolly's sorrow turned to anger. How could he look so carefree while she suffered? His attempt at a pitiful expression only deepened her resentment. He spoke softly. "Dolly, Anna is coming today." Dolly's response was sharp and full of pain. "I can't see her," she cried. But Steva pleaded, and his voice cracked with regret. For a moment she wavered, listening, hoping for something that could change her heart. But when he spoke of an instant of passion, it was as if a knife had twisted inside her. She shrieked, "Go away! Don't talk to me of your loathsomeness." Steva fell to his knees, begging her to forgive him for the children's sake. But she saw only a man who had betrayed her trust, a man she once adored but now felt was a stranger. The word burned her soul as she spat it out. A child's cry from the next room softened her face for a brief moment. Steva saw it. If she still loved their children, could she really hate him? But as he stepped closer, she warned him. If he didn't leave, she would call the servants and expose him. Defeated, Steva left. Meanwhile, Dolly sat alone, repeating the awful truth. Even if they lived under the same roof, they were strangers now. But as thoughts of betrayal and love warred inside her, Matrona, the nurse, interrupted with a simple question about dinner. And so Dolly pushed aside her heartbreak and drowned herself in daily duties, because life, no matter how painful, had to go on. Steva was a man who had always been charming and well-liked. Though he had never been the most hard-working student or official, his natural friendliness and family connections had earned him a respected government position in Moscow. He didn't have to try too hard. People simply liked him. His warm personality, good humor, and bright eyes made everyone around him feel at ease. At work, he carried himself with an effortless balance of professionalism and friendliness. He joked with colleagues, handled papers with ease, and never took things too seriously. Despite his carefree attitude, his kindness and fairness made him well respected. He was not deeply passionate about his work, but he did it well enough and made sure to keep things running smoothly. One day, while attending a board meeting, a visitor arrived unexpectedly, Konstantin Levin, Steva's old friend. Unlike Steva, Levin preferred the quiet life in the countryside, away from the social buzz of the city. Though they were different, they had been close since childhood. Levin had come to Moscow with one important question on his mind, but he struggled to ask it. He was in love with Kitty, Dolly's younger sister. Nervously he asked if things were still the same with her, if she was still available. Stiva, always quick to understand, smiled knowingly. Stiva then suggested that Levin go to the ice skating rink, where Kitty, his wife's sister, would likely be. Levin, eager yet anxious, agreed. Levin had come to Moscow for one reason, to ask Kitty Shchebatskaya to marry him. Levin's family had long been close with the Shchebatskys, a noble Moscow household. When he was younger, he often visited their home and fell in love, not just with one person, but with the warmth of the entire family. Since losing his own parents, he had admired the loving, refined life of the Shchebatskys. At first he had admired Dolly, but she soon married Stiva. Then he noticed Natalia, but she too married. And so Levin had left Moscow without realizing that the younger sister Kitty would one day capture his heart. When he returned from the countryside that winter, he saw Kitty again. She had grown into a graceful, radiant young woman, and he knew she was the one. He spent 2 enchanted months in Moscow, seeing her at social gatherings, but then, overwhelmed with doubt, he fled back to the country. Levin convinced himself that Kitty could never love him. He saw himself as ordinary, unimportant, a simple countryman with no grand career. His friends had all become officers, professors and government officials, while he spent his days raising cattle and building barns. How could someone as beautiful and refined as Kitty choose him? But time alone in the countryside made him realize something. His love for Kitty was not like his past feelings. It was deep, unshakable, and he could not rest without knowing if she would accept him. And so Levin returned to Moscow with one goal, to propose to Kitty. If she said yes, his life would be complete. If she said no, he could not bear to imagine what would happen next. Levin stayed in Moscow first with his elder half-brother Sergei. He had hoped to speak with him right away about his plans. Sergei greeted Levin warmly and asked about his farming, though Levin knew his brother wasn't truly interested. He had planned to talk about his intentions to marry Kitty, but something in Sergei's distant, intellectual manner made it difficult to bring up. However, he decided to focus on the real reason for his visit, Kitty. Then he went to find Stiva, hoping to learn from him where Kitty might be. With his heart set on his purpose, Levin left for Stiva's office. At 4 o'clock, Levin arrived at the ice skating rink, his heart racing with excitement and nerves. He knew Kitty would be there. He had seen her family's carriage at the entrance. The gardens were filled with people skating, laughing, and enjoying the fine weather. Levin tried to calm himself as he walked toward the skating rink, but when he spotted Kitty, his heart pounded even harder. She stood among the crowd, not dressed in anything remarkable, yet to him she shone like the sun. For a moment he felt so overwhelmed that he considered turning back. Instead he gathered his courage and stepped onto the ice. Kitty saw him and smiled warmly, skating towards him with graceful but cautious movements. When she reached her cousin's arm for balance, she nodded at Levin with a bright, friendly expression. She was even more beautiful than he had imagined. When they spoke, Kitty teased him about his skating skills, encouraging him to join her. Levin, thrilled yet nervous, hurried to put on his skates. As he did, he felt a deep sense of joy and hope. When they finally skated together, she held on to his hand, trusting him to guide her. Levin was filled with happiness, but when he accidentally spoke from the heart, saying that he felt stronger with her by his side, her expression suddenly changed. A shadow passed over her face, as if she were lost in thought. Levin panicked, wondering what he had done wrong. Kitty quickly changed the subject, directing him to talk with her old governess, Mademoiselle Linon. Confused and anxious, Levin obeyed, but he could not stop thinking about the shift in her mood. Had he ruined everything? As she and her mother prepared to leave, Levin rushed to catch up. Princess Shchebatskaya greeted him politely but coldly, making him feel uneasy. But before they left, Kitty smiled at him softly and said, "Goodbye till this evening." Those simple words filled Levin with renewed hope. As he left the gardens, he met Stiva, who linked arms with him, full of cheerful energy. They headed off to dinner, but Levin barely listened. His mind was entirely on Kitty, torn between hope and doubt. Levin and Stiva arrived at a fine restaurant. As they ate, Stiva noticed Levin's distraction and tried to lift his spirits. Levin admitted that the city life felt strange to him, how people seemed to stretch meals out for enjoyment rather than eating simply to fuel their work. Stiva laughed, calling Levin a savage, but he spoke the word with affection. Then the conversation turned to Kitty. Stiva asked if Levin was planning to visit the Shchebatskys that evening. Levin hesitated, recalling the cold politeness of Kitty's mother, but Stiva assured him that it was just her way. Finally, Levin confessed the truth. He had come to Moscow to ask Kitty to marry him. His voice trembled with emotion as he asked if Stiva thought it was possible. But then Stiva brought up Vronsky, a wealthy and charming officer from Petersburg. He told Levin that Vronsky was in love with Kitty, the very woman Levin adored. Levin's joyful mood darkened instantly. Stiva tried to reassure him, suggesting his chances with Kitty were still strong, but urged him to propose soon. Konstantin Levin, uneasy and regretful for even discussing it, quickly changed the subject. Their conversation shifted to love and relationships. Stiva spoke of the struggle between loyalty to a wife and the temptation of another woman. Levin, lost in thought, realized how differently they viewed the world. Sensing the tension, Stiva lightened the mood by chatting with an acquaintance, while Levin, his mind fixed on the evening ahead, paid the bill without a second thought. He left, heading home to change, determined to visit Kitty's family and finally decide his future. Kitty Shchebatskaya, just 18, was enjoying her first winter in society. She had become quite popular, even more than her older sisters, with many young men admiring her. 2 serious suitors had appeared, Levin and Count Vronsky, a wealthy and charming officer who openly showed his affection. Kitty's parents quietly disagreed about her future. Her father liked Levin, seeing him as a sincere and honorable man. Her mother, however, found Levin strange and awkward, preferring Vronsky, who seemed like a perfect match, rich, well-connected, and set for a brilliant career. She believed Vronsky's constant presence at their home and his attention to Kitty showed he intended to propose. However, Levin's sudden return stirred new worries. She feared Kitty, out of a sense of honor, might refuse Vronsky if she still had lingering feelings for Levin, possibly complicating a match that seemed so close to being settled. On the way home, the princess carefully brought up Levin's return, but Kitty, flustered and upset, begged her mother not to speak of it. She assured her there would be no secrets between them, but struggled to explain her own feelings as everything happening inside her heart felt too big to put into words. Seeing Kitty's confusion and happiness, her mother smiled, realizing how overwhelming and important love felt to her young daughter. Kitty felt restless after dinner, as if standing on the edge of something life-changing. Her heart raced, knowing that tonight she would see both Levin and Vronsky. Memories of Levin brought her comfort, reminding her of childhood and his deep connection to her late brother. He made her feel at ease, while thoughts of Vronsky, though exciting, carried a sense of uncertainty. As she dressed, she noticed she looked her best, feeling confident yet nervous. When the servant announced Konstantin Levin's arrival, her heart pounded. She knew he had come early to find her alone. In that moment, she realized the weight of what was about to happen, not just choosing her own happiness, but also hurting someone who loved her. She wanted to run, to avoid the conversation, but she knew that would be wrong. As Levin entered, his eyes shone with hope, but his face darkened when he saw they were alone. Struggling for words, he finally asked her to be his wife. For a brief moment, Kitty felt overwhelming joy, as if love had filled her soul. But then Vronsky's image returned to her mind. She looked at Levin, saw the desperation in his face, and softly said, "That cannot be. Forgive me." In an instant, everything changed. A moment ago she had been central to his world. Now she felt distant. Levin, heartbroken but composed, simply bowed and prepared to leave the room. Just as Levin was about to leave, Kitty's mother entered the room. Seeing their tense expressions, she immediately realized what had happened and felt relieved. She greeted Levin politely and started asking about his life in the countryside. Levin, trying to remain composed, waited for an opportunity to slip away unnoticed. Then, the moment he dreaded arrived, Vronsky entered. Levin immediately noticed Kitty's eyes light up as she saw him. In that instant, Levin knew without doubt that she loved Vronsky. He studied the man closely, seeing his calm, handsome face and effortless charm. Though his heart ached, Levin couldn't help but admire his rival's confidence and warmth. Just as Levin prepared to leave, Kitty's father arrived, greeting Levin warmly, but treating Vronsky with cool indifference. This made Kitty uncomfortable, as she saw how out of place Levin felt. Meanwhile, Vronsky remained composed, effortlessly engaging in light conversation. As the evening went on, Kitty and Vronsky discussed an upcoming ball. Levin saw the happiness on Kitty's face as she spoke with Vronsky, and at that moment he knew he had to leave. Without a word, he slipped out, carrying with him the painful image of Kitty's radiant smile, not for him, but for another. That night, Kitty told her mother about Levin's proposal. Though she felt sorry for him, she was pleased to have received an offer and believed she had done the right thing. But as she lay in bed, unable to sleep, Levin's sorrowful face kept appearing in her mind. Her heart ached for him, yet when she thought of Vronsky, his charm, confidence, and kindness, she smiled with happiness. Still, an uneasy feeling lingered, and as doubts crept into her heart, she whispered softly, "Lord, have pity on us," until she finally drifted off to sleep. Downstairs, her parents had a heated argument. The prince was furious, accusing his wife of pushing Kitty into a shallow, thoughtless match. He called Vronsky a typical aristocrat, charming but unreliable, while praising Levin as a good and honest man. The princess defended herself, insisting she was not matchmaking. Kitty and Vronsky simply liked each other. But the prince remained unconvinced, warning that Vronsky might not have serious intentions. As they parted for the night, neither had changed their mind. The princess, who had felt certain about Kitty's future, now felt a deep worry. Lying awake in her room, she too whispered the same prayer as her daughter, "Lord, have pity, Lord, have pity." Vronsky had never known true family life. His mother, a famous socialite, had many well-known love affairs, and his father was barely a memory. Raised in a prestigious military school, he became a successful officer and lived among the wealthy circles of St. Petersburg. His romances had always been fleeting and outside of high society. In Moscow, things felt different. Kitty was the first young woman of his own rank to care for him so openly. He enjoyed their time together, dancing at balls, visiting her home, sharing light-hearted conversations that, to him, carried special meaning. Yet he never considered marriage. In his world, husbands were seen as dull and ridiculous, and family life was something he avoided. He had no idea that Kitty's family believed she would be heartbroken if he didn't propose. To him, their connection was something beautiful and pure, not something that required commitment. Leaving Kitty's home that evening, he felt closer to her than ever. He believed their unspoken bond had grown stronger, though he wasn't sure what, if anything, he should do next. Reflecting on her gentle words and loving eyes, he felt lighter, as if she had made him a better man. As he walked through the city, he considered his usual entertainments, card games, champagne, lively dances, but none appealed to him. For once he wanted peace. Instead of going out, he returned to his hotel, had a quiet supper, and fell into a deep, undisturbed sleep. Still with me? Please don't forget to like and subscribe to support me. At 11 in the morning, Vronsky arrived at the train station to meet his mother. On the steps, he ran into Stiva, who was there to meet his sister Anna. The two men greeted each other warmly, with Stiva's usual charm making Vronsky smile. They chatted about the previous night, where Vronsky admitted he had gone home feeling quite content after visiting the Shtcherbatskys. Stiva, always playful, teased him about being in love. When Vronsky asked who Stiva was waiting for, he was surprised to hear it was Madame Karenina, Anna Karenina. Though the name seemed familiar, he couldn't quite place it. However, he did know of her husband, Alexei Karenin, a well-known and highly respected man, though not someone Vronsky found particularly interesting. As they waited, Stiva mentioned his friend Levin, who had left the gathering early the night before. Vronsky found Moscow men a bit rigid and serious, but Stiva assured him that Levin was kind and deeply honest, though troubled by something special that night. Curious, Vronsky asked what had happened. Stiva hinted that Levin had likely proposed to Kitty and been rejected. This news made Vronsky feel pleased, almost victorious, as if Kitty's rejection of Levin meant something hopeful for himself. Just then the train approached with a loud whistle, steam filling the cold air. Passengers began stepping out, an officer, a cheerful merchant, and a peasant. Vronsky, caught up in his thoughts of Kitty, nearly forgot about his mother until a guard reminded him she was in one of the compartments. Though Vronsky respected his mother outwardly, deep inside he did not truly love or admire her. Still, he moved forward, ready to greet her as expected. As Vronsky stepped aside to let a lady exit the train carriage, he was struck by her presence. She wasn't just elegant, there was something warm and captivating about her. Their eyes met briefly, and though she quickly looked away, her soft smile lingered in his mind. Inside the carriage, Vronsky greeted his mother, the countess, but his thoughts remained on the woman outside. Then he overheard her speaking. It was Anna Karenina, Stiva's sister. When Anna re-entered to say goodbye to the countess, her presence filled the space with warmth. The countess adored her, praising her charm and kindness. Vronsky felt drawn to her, and as they shook hands, her firm, confident grip left an impression. As the passengers prepared to leave, sudden chaos erupted on the platform. People rushed about, whispering in horror. A railway guard had been crushed by the train, an accident, or perhaps something worse. Anna, shaken, asked if anything could be done for his widow. Without hesitation, Vronsky left and quietly gave money to help the grieving family. His act of generosity did not go unnoticed by Anna, who was deeply moved. As Anna and Stiva drove away, she sat silently, her lips trembling. She finally whispered, "It's an omen of evil." Stiva dismissed her fear, eager to talk about his own troubles. When he mentioned that Vronsky was expected to marry Kitty, Anna responded softly, but her thoughts seemed elsewhere. Trying to shake off her unease, she changed the subject, asking Stiva about his problems, ready to help him. Arriving at home, Anna stepped out, still lost in thought, while Stiva sighed and hurried to his office. Though Dolly had told herself she didn't care whether Anna came or not, she had been secretly preparing for her arrival. She was heartbroken, overwhelmed by her husband's betrayal, yet aware that Anna was not to blame. When Anna entered, Dolly's first reaction was not joy, but surprise. They embraced, and Anna's warm presence filled the room. She greeted the children with affection, remembering each of their names and details about them, which touched Dolly deeply. After settling down with coffee, Anna gently took Dolly's hand and, without offering empty words of comfort, simply said, "I'm so sorry for you." Her sincerity broke through Dolly's cold exterior, and for the first time she let herself share her pain. She spoke of how she had believed she was the only woman Stiva had ever loved, only to be shattered by discovering his affair with their governess. The betrayal was unbearable. Anna listened with deep sympathy, holding Dolly's trembling hands. She tried to explain Stiva's remorse, how he was suffering too, though in a different way. But Dolly couldn't imagine forgiving him. The thought of his betrayal, of him choosing another woman over her, made her heart burn with pain and resentment. Anna, thoughtful and wise, told Dolly that men like Steva often separate their families from their affairs. "You have always been sacred to him," she said. "This was not an affair of the heart." Dolly was unconvinced but listened. When Dolly asked if Anna could forgive such a betrayal, Anna thought deeply. "Yes," she finally admitted. "I could. It wouldn't be the same, but I could forgive as though it never happened." Dolly realized that true forgiveness meant letting go completely, and something inside her softened. She stood up and hugged Anna. "My dear, I'm so glad you came. It has made things better, so much better." Anna spent the day at home with Dolly and the children, choosing not to receive visitors. She sent a short note to her brother, Steva, asking him to be home for dinner, writing, "Come, God is merciful." At dinner the conversation was light, and Dolly addressed her husband as Steva, something she hadn't done in a long time. While their relationship was still strained, there was now hope for reconciliation. Later Kitty arrived, feeling slightly nervous about meeting Anna, who was known for her beauty and charm. But Anna quickly put Kitty at ease, showing warmth and admiration for her. Kitty found herself drawn to Anna's lively spirit, her youthful energy, and the deep, mysterious sadness in her eyes. After dinner, Anna gave Steva an encouraging smile and sent him off to talk with Dolly in private. She then returned to the sofa, surrounded by the children, who clung to her affectionately. They played with her hands, her ring, and even the folds of her dress, clearly enchanted by her presence. Turning to Kitty, Anna asked about her next ball. Kitty excitedly spoke of an upcoming grand event, certain that everyone would enjoy it. Anna listened with a knowing smile, teasing that not all balls were fun. When Kitty insisted that Anna always looked the most beautiful at such events, Anna blushed and brushed off the compliment. Kitty eagerly asked if Anna would attend, imagining her in a lovely lilac gown. Anna hesitated but finally said she might go, if only to make Kitty happy. Their conversation shifted to Vronsky, whom Anna had met at the train station. Anna mentioned that Steva had shared something about Kitty and Vronsky, and she smiled as she spoke of Vronsky's noble nature. His mother, whom Anna had travelled with, spoke endlessly of her son's kindness and bravery. However, there was something about Vronsky's generosity, particularly an act of giving money, that made Anna feel uneasy, though she couldn't quite explain why. Meanwhile, Steva remained in Dolly's room for a long time, and Anna quietly hoped this meant they were finding a way back to each other. Just then the children finished their tea and rushed toward Anna, eager for her attention. Laughing, she gathered them all in her arms, twirling them around in a joyful, carefree moment. Steva entered the room, and from his cheerful tone, Anna and Kitty sensed that he and Dolly had reconciled. Anna, feeling relieved that their relationship seemed repaired, happily kissed Dolly. The evening passed pleasantly, with laughter and warm conversation. The doorbell rang. Dolly and Kitty wondered who it could be at this hour. As Anna passed the landing, she saw a visitor standing under the lamp, Vronsky. A strange mix of excitement and fear rushed through her. Their eyes met, and for a brief moment he seemed surprised and uneasy. She gave a small nod and walked on, overhearing Steva calling him inside, but Vronsky politely declined. When Anna returned, he was already gone. Stiva explained that Vronsky had only stopped by to ask about a dinner they were hosting. He wouldn't come up. What a strange man, he laughed. Kitty blushed, believing she understood the real reason. He must have been looking for me but left because he saw Anna here, she thought. No one said anything, but an unspoken tension filled the room. The unexpected visit left a lingering feeling, one that especially unsettled Anna. The grand ball was just beginning as Kitty arrived with her mother, climbing the grand staircase bathed in golden light. Kitty was neither overwhelmed nor bored. She was in the perfect place, able to enjoy the magic of the ball while observing the guests. In the corner of the ballroom, she spotted the most elegant figures of society, including her brother Stiva and Anna, dressed not in lilac as Kitty had imagined, but in deep, luxurious black. She had always admired Anna. As Kitty approached, Anna gave her an approving look, a silent compliment. Vronsky appeared, bowing politely to her, but Anna did not acknowledge him. Kitty noticed this moment and wondered what had caused the tension between them. Vronsky then turned to Kitty, apologizing for not seeing her sooner. She expected him to ask her for a waltz, but he hesitated. When he finally did, he placed his arm around her waist and took a single step, just as the music stopped. Their faces were close, and in that moment Kitty's heart swelled with hope. But he did not meet her gaze with the same warmth. The ball continued, glowing with music and movement. Kitty danced joyfully, waltzing with Vronsky and others, eagerly waiting for the special moment, the mazurka. In her heart, she believed that this dance would decide everything. She refused 5 partners, certain that Vronsky would ask her, just as he had at past balls. Then, as the mazurka began, Kitty felt a wave of despair. Vronsky had not asked her. She sat in a quiet corner, feeling helpless, her heart aching. Had she been wrong? Had she placed her trust in something that never existed? Across the ballroom she saw Vronsky and Anna, completely lost in their own world. They seemed untouched by the glittering surroundings, speaking in soft smiles and glances. Kitty saw now, with painful clarity, that she had lost. At the end of the night, Anna prepared to leave. When Vronsky asked if she was truly leaving the next day, she answered, "Yes, I suppose so," but her shining eyes and radiant smile seemed to set his heart on fire. Then, with quiet grace, Anna left the ball, but for Kitty, the night had already ended long before. Konstantin Levin walked away from the Shcherbatskys' home, feeling lost and full of doubt. Why did I ever think she would choose me? He wondered bitterly. Vronsky was charming, confident, and everything he was not. Kitty's choice had been clear. Feeling unwanted and useless, Levin's thoughts turned to his troubled brother, Nikolai. He recalled his brother's past, once deeply religious, then suddenly reckless, making poor choices, falling into scandal after scandal. Society judged him harshly, but Levin saw the soul beneath it all. Determined to see him, Levin took a sledge through the snowy streets to a small, dimly lit hotel. The air smelled of cheap tobacco as he approached his brother's room. When Levin stepped inside, his heart ached. Nikolai was thinner than before, his face pale, his body frail, but his eyes, once joyful, now held a mix of anger and suffering. "I wrote to you. I don't know you, and I don't want to, Nikolai said coldly. But Levin, despite the hostility, only wanted to reconnect. His hesitation softened Nikolai's sharp tone. Levin remained calm. Why should I think any less of you? He said gently. A pause hung in the air, then Nikolai relented. Fine, let's have supper. Despite the tension, Levin felt hopeful. Perhaps, even in all his brother's suffering, there was still a way to reach him. Levin left Moscow in the morning, feeling restless and uneasy. He felt lost, dissatisfied with himself, and ashamed for reasons he couldn't quite name. Levin lived alone in his large, old-fashioned house, a place filled with memories of his parents who had once lived there. To him, this house wasn't just a building, it was a world of its own, tied to the perfect family life he had always dreamed of creating with a wife one day. Though he barely remembered his mother, her memory was sacred, and he imagined his future wife would be just like her, gentle, kind, and loving. Unlike many of his friends, Levin didn't see marriage as just another step in life. For him, it was everything. His happiness rested on the idea of family, but now he felt he had to let that dream go. One evening he sat in his cozy drawing room, sipping tea and pretending to read a book, while Agafea, his old housekeeper, chatted away about a servant's misdeeds. Though Levin listened and read, his mind drifted. He couldn't stop picturing a future, not just of farm work and cows. Just then, his old dog, Laska, came in from the yard, her tail wagging as she nudged his hand, asking for a gentle pat. Agafea noticed his quiet mood and spoke kindly, reminding him that as long as there was health and a clear conscience, nothing was truly wrong. As Levin stroked Laska's head, she curled up at his feet, smacked her lips softly, and drifted into a peaceful sleep. Watching her, Levin smiled to himself and thought, that's what I'll do. Nothing's really wrong. All is well. He vowed to never ignore his brother Nikolai again and to live more simply, working harder to lessen the divide between himself and the peasants. For a moment, all his worries disappeared. This is real. This is life. Early the next morning, Anna decided to leave Moscow sooner than planned, sending a telegram to her husband about her sudden departure. Though her sister-in-law Dolly asked why she was leaving in such a hurry, Anna simply replied that it was better this way, as if her mind was too full to explain. Children who had once been so taken with Anna now seemed distant, sensing something different about her. Anna spent the morning writing notes, paying off small debts, and packing, all while appearing restless, a mood Dolly recognized well, one that often masked an unsettled heart. In a rare moment of vulnerability, Anna confessed something that had been weighing on her. She blushed deeply, her voice light but uncertain, and Dolly noticed how much Anna's feelings were tied to Vronsky, even if she didn't want to admit it. Dolly reassured Anna, softly suggesting it might be for the best if nothing came of Kitty's hopes for Vronsky, especially if he could be so quickly drawn to someone else. Anna laughed off the idea that Vronsky could be seriously interested in her, though her cheeks flushed again at the thought. As they prepared to part, Anna expressed sadness at the idea that she had somehow made an enemy of Kitty. Before she stepped away, Dolly embraced her, whispering how grateful she was for Anna's support and how she would always love her. Anna, surprised by the words, kissed Dolly, hiding her tears. "You understand me," Anna whispered softly before saying goodbye. As the train journey began, Anna felt relief, returning to her husband and son. She sat beside her maid, Anushka, trying to distract herself with a book. Yet her mind wandered to Moscow, to Vronsky, and the unspoken tension. She felt too full of energy to be satisfied by mere words of the book. The train had stopped due to a broken section of the track. Anna stepped out, feeling the icy wind rush through the station. Snow swirled around the carriages, covering people and posts in a thick white layer. The storm came in waves, silent for a moment, then roaring again, making it hard to stand. Men hurried about, calling out instructions, their voices swallowed by the wind. Anna took a deep breath of the cold air, letting it fill her lungs. Just as she reached for the door to return to her seat, a shadow moved in front of her, blocking the flickering lamplight. She looked up, and there he was, Vronsky. He bowed slightly and asked if she needed help. For a moment she simply looked at him, feeling something unexpected, a deep, joyful pride. She had told herself many times that he was just another man, someone not worth a second thought. But now, in his presence, she knew he had come only for her. "I didn't know you were traveling. Why are you here?" she asked, her voice betraying her delight. "You know why?" he answered softly. "I had to be where you are." The storm raged around them, but to Anna it felt almost beautiful now. She had longed to hear these words, even though she knew they were dangerous. Seeing the conflict in her face, Vronsky spoke again, gently but firmly. "If you're a good man, you will forget what you just said," she whispered. "I will never forget," he replied. Anna tried to harden her heart. "Enough," she said, turning away. Clutching the cold doorpost, she climbed into the train. Once inside, she paused, feeling shaken yet thrilled. That brief exchange had changed everything. Her heart pounded with a mix of fear and happiness. She did not sleep that night, but she wasn't troubled. Instead, she felt alive, glowing, and full of emotion. As morning neared, thoughts of home returned, her husband, her son, and her duties. When the train arrived in Petersburg, her husband, Anna Karenina, was the first person she noticed. A strange thought crossed her mind. Why did his ears look like that? She stared at his tall, rigid figure, his expression cold, his lips curved in a familiar, sarcastic smile. As he walked toward her, she felt something heavy in her heart. There was a discomfort between them, something she had always felt but had never fully faced. Now it was painfully clear. With his usual sharp tone, Karenin greeted her. "Ah, your devoted husband, as impatient to see you as ever," he said, with dry amusement. Anna forced a smile. "Is Seryozha well?" she asked, thinking of her son. "And is that all I get for my devotion?" Karenin replied mockingly. "Yes, he's well." As they walked away together, Anna felt a deep unease, as if something within her had already changed forever. Vronsky did not sleep that night. He sat in his seat, staring ahead or watching people come and go. He was not thinking about what would happen next. He only knew one thing, Anna. He had told her the truth, that he had come for her, and now nothing else in life mattered. Every glance, every word she had spoken replayed in his mind, filling him with joy. When the train reached Petersburg, he stepped onto the platform, feeling refreshed despite his sleepless night. He lingered, eager for one more glimpse of her, one more moment. Then he saw him. Anna's husband, Anna Karenina, stood waiting, stiff and formal, escorted by the station master. Only now did Vronsky truly realize that Anna had a husband, that someone else had a claim on her. He felt a deep irritation, as though Karenin had taken something precious from him. Watching him take Anna's arm, he convinced himself, she does not love him. He moved closer. She looked tired, her usual warmth dimmed. But for a brief moment, as she glanced at Vronsky, something flashed in her eyes, something only he noticed. That single glance was enough to make him happy. Anna Karenina looked at Vronsky with cold disinterest, barely recognizing him. When Anna introduced them, he extended his hand with forced politeness. His tone dismissed Vronsky, but Vronsky would not be ignored. "I hope I may have the honor of calling on you," he said, looking at Anna. Karenin's weary eyes met Vronsky's. "We are at home on Mondays," he said coldly, before turning back to his wife. He continued speaking in a light, jesting tone, but Anna barely listened. She was too aware of Vronsky's footsteps behind them. Then, shaking the thoughts away, she asked about their son, Seryozha. Karenin smiled thinly. "He's been good, but I must disappoint you. He hasn't missed you as much as your husband has." As soon as Anna arrived home, her son Seryozha ran down the stairs shouting with joy. "Mother, mother," he cried, clinging to her neck. His excitement was pure and full of love. She had imagined this moment differently, somehow more perfect. But as she held him, she felt his warmth, saw his bright blue eyes, and enjoyed the softness of his curls. Before she could even finish her coffee, Countess Lydia Ivanovna arrived. A tall, serious woman with deep black eyes, she spoke in a rushed, anxious tone. "So, you made peace?" she asked eagerly. "Yes, but it was never as serious as we thought," Anna replied lightly. When she left, Anna sat quietly. Now alone, Anna helped Seryozha with his meal, sorted her letters, and arranged her belongings. Slowly, the strange feelings she had experienced on the train, the nervous excitement, the guilt, the longing, began to fade. She thought back to Vronsky's words. What was it? Nothing. He had said something foolish, and she had ended it properly. There was no reason to speak of it. There is nothing to speak of, she told herself firmly. And with that thought she pushed it all away. Alexei returned home at 4 o'clock after an important meeting, but he had no time to see Anna. His schedule was always full, and every minute of his day was carefully planned. During the meal they spoke about Moscow, and he briefly asked about Stiva with a sarcastic smile. After spending a little time with Anna, he left for another meeting. Later, as she sat by the fireplace reading, she heard Alexei return at exactly 9:30. He kissed her hand and sat beside her, asking about her trip. She told him about her journey, the people she met, and her feelings towards Stiva and Dolly. He listened, but made it clear that he did not excuse Stiva's actions. He then spoke proudly about a new law he had passed, receiving much praise for it. Though Anna had forgotten about it, She asked questions to let him share his excitement. After his tea, he prepared for his evening reading, mentioning a book he was studying. Anna smiled, knowing he made it his duty to stay informed, even in subjects he didn't truly enjoy. Before bed, she wrote a letter to Dolly while reflecting on her husband. She thought of him as a good, honest man, yet found herself noticing small things: his oddly sticking out ears, his carefully combed hair. At midnight, he entered the room with his book, reminding her it was time for bed. As she lay down, her thoughts drifted to Vronsky, to the way he had looked at Alexei. The glow she had felt in Moscow now seemed distant, hidden somewhere deep inside her. As winter ended, the Chabatsky family worried about Kitty's health. She had been feeling weak, and despite different treatments, nothing seemed to help. With spring approaching, they called a well-known doctor, hoping he could find a cure. They discussed whether Kitty should travel abroad for her health. While the celebrated doctor was skeptical, he finally agreed, mostly to please the mother. He suggested visiting healing waters, mainly because they wouldn't do any harm. After the doctor left, the princess felt hopeful. She now believed that the journey abroad might help. Wanting to make her mother happy, Kitty pretended to be cheerful, agreeing to the trip even though she felt it wouldn't truly heal her heart. Shortly after the doctor left, Dolly arrived at the Chabatsky house. Even though she had just given birth to a baby girl and had a sick child at home, she came to check on her sister Kitty and hear what had been decided about her health. Seeing the family in good spirits, she asked if there was good news. They explained that the doctor had spoken at length, but the only clear answer was that Kitty should travel abroad. Dolly sighed. She was sad that her sister was leaving, but her own life was difficult too. Her husband Steva was barely home, money was always a problem, and though she tried not to, she still suspected him of being unfaithful. But she had no strength left for jealousy. Her life was filled with worries. Her baby wasn't feeding well, her nurse had left, and now another child might have scarlet fever. Kitty went upstairs, needing rest. Dolly knew she needed to help Kitty. She removed her hat and, turning to her mother, brought up something important. Levin had once told Steva that he planned to propose to Kitty. Had Kitty refused him? The princess was taken aback. Kitty had never told her anything, but she was sure that everything was because of Vronsky. Dolly realized the painful truth. If Kitty hadn't been so enchanted by Vronsky, she might have accepted Levin's proposal. And now, after all that had happened, Vronsky had left her heartbroken. The thought was too much for the princess, who grew upset, blaming the modern world for ignoring mother's wisdom. But Dolly was focused on what mattered most, helping Kitty. She told her mother she was going upstairs to see her. In Kitty's small, pretty room, Dolly felt a wave of sadness. Dolly gently tried to speak to her sister, hoping to comfort her. When Dolly spoke of the man who had hurt her, Kitty's emotions burst forth. She cried out, saying she didn't need pity, didn't want to hear about him, and was too proud to care for someone who didn't love her back. The mention of Levin's name only made things worse. Kitty lashed out, angry at the thought of being compared to her sister, saying she could never return to a man who had cared for someone else, a sharp reminder of Dolly's own troubles. The words hurt Dolly, who fell silent, her heart heavy with memories of her own pain. Though they didn't speak directly about what hurt the most, both sisters understood each other. Dolly realized that Kitty's sadness wasn't just about lost love, it was about refusing Levin and feeling betrayed by Vronsky. As Kitty calmed, she confessed that it wasn't just sadness. Everything around her felt cold and meaningless. She saw things in the darkest way, even imagining that their parents only wanted her married off. As Lent approached, the Shtcherbatsky family decided to go abroad, hoping a change of scenery might ease Kitty's troubled spirit. And so the sisters' bond grew stronger through both heartache and healing, their love a quiet comfort against the sorrows they carried. Anna, once drawn to more serious company, shifted after meeting Vronsky. Though she told herself she didn't encourage him, she felt undeniable excitement in his presence. Her disappointment at not seeing him at a party made her realize it wasn't displeasure she felt, it was longing. At the opera, Vronsky's open yet subtle admission of his feelings to Betsy revealed his intent. He wished to win Anna's love. At one of these parties, Anna approached Vronsky, a letter in hand. She mentioned that the letter was from Moscow. Kitty was very ill. Vronsky frowned, and Anna sharply asked if he even cared. He insisted that he did. Then, stepping away, she quietly told him that he had behaved wrongly. He admitted his mistakes, but hinted that she was the reason for them. Anna blushed, her eyes reflecting both fear and something deeper, something Vronsky longed for. She told him this had to end. His presence made her feel guilty for the first time in her life. But as she tried to push him away, her eyes betrayed her words. Vronsky saw the truth. She loved him. When she asked him to go to Moscow and seek Kitty's forgiveness, he saw that she didn't truly want that. He told her he could never bear the thought of them being apart. They were one. He saw only two possible futures, despair or bliss, nothing in between. Anna struggled to reply, but instead of answering, she simply looked at him, full of unspoken emotion. Everyone in the room noticed the uncomfortable tension, Anna sitting with Vronsky, apart from the rest. Later, as Anna left, Vronsky escorted her down the stairs. In a hushed voice, he told her he did not want friendship, only love. She whispered, "That word means too much to me, more than you can understand." Then, with her swift, elegant step, she climbed into her carriage and disappeared into the night. Vronsky stood there, his heart racing, feeling that this evening had brought him closer to what he had long desired. Alexei didn't initially see anything wrong with Anna speaking privately with Vronsky. But when he noticed that others found it inappropriate, he started to feel uneasy about it too. He decided he needed to speak with Anna. He wasn't a jealous man, he believed in trusting his wife. Yet for the first time, a disturbing idea crept into his mind. What if she loved someone else? This thought felt irrational, even terrifying, as if he had suddenly realized he was walking on a broken bridge with nothing but emptiness beneath him. Unable to sleep, he paced through their home and reassured himself that his duty was simple. As the head of the family, he must guide her and warn her of any risks. He carefully planned his words. He would remind her of public opinion, the sacred nature of marriage, the effect on their son, and finally, the sorrow she might bring upon herself. Feeling momentarily satisfied with his plan, he stretched his fingers, cracking them, a habit that always helped him think. Just then he heard a carriage arrive. Footsteps approached the stairs. Anna was home. He stood still, his carefully prepared words ready in his mind, but deep inside he felt a growing fear of the conversation ahead. Anna entered the house quietly, her head lowered, her hands playing with the tassels of her hood. Seeing her husband, she gave a faint smile as if waking from a dream. "You're still up? That's a surprise," she said casually, walking into the dressing room. Alexei stood still. "Anna, we need to talk," he said. She paused, then sat down. "About what?" she asked, her voice light. He hesitated. Something had changed between them. In the past, every thought and feeling she had was shared with him. Now it was as if a door had closed. He felt like a man locked out of his own home, searching for a key that might no longer exist. Trying to remain calm, he spoke about how her lively conversation with Count Vronsky had drawn attention. He said the name firmly, carefully, as if testing its weight in the air. "You always find something to dislike," she said lightly. "One moment I'm too quiet, the next I'm too lively." Her casual tone unsettled him. He cracked his fingers, but Anna frowned. "Please don't do that. You know I dislike it." He looked at her, his voice growing softer. "Anna, please, listen. I am your husband and I love you." For a brief moment her expression changed, but then, at the mention of love, she inwardly recoiled. What did he know of love? He only used the word because he had heard it before, not because he truly felt it. She yawned, as if bored. "I don't understand what you want from me," she murmured, removing her hairpins. "If my words are meaningless to you, then forgive me," he said quietly. "But if there is even a small truth in them, please, think about it." Anna only smiled. "It's late," she said. With a sigh, Alexei went to bed. She joined him later, lying still in the darkness, waiting to hear if he would speak again. She feared it, but also longed for it. Instead, she heard his breathing slow into a steady snore. She smiled to herself, turning away, her thoughts drifting to another man, her heart trembling with both guilt and quiet joy. In the darkness, her eyes shone. A quiet but profound change settled over Alexei and Anna. Outwardly, life went on as before. Anna still attended gatherings, often visiting Princess Betsy, where Vronsky was always present. Alexei saw everything but felt powerless. Each time he tried to speak to Anna, she met him with a polite, amused distance, an invisible wall he could not break through. Though he was a man of great influence in politics, in his own home he felt helpless. He waited for the inevitable, unable to stop it. For Vronsky, his greatest longing had finally come true. For Anna, what had once seemed impossible and forbidden had now become real. Yet, instead of joy, a deep sorrow and shame filled the air. Anna and Vronsky had become deeply involved, and their affair had intensified. Vronsky was visiting Anna in her private space because their connection had progressed beyond just public encounters. They had crossed a boundary. and their relationship was no longer limited to social interactions but had become a private, intimate matter. Anna was consumed by shame and guilt, and she was physically collapsing, overwhelmed by the weight of her feelings. Her response to the situation, dropping her head in humiliation and collapsing at his feet, showed the deep internal conflict she was experiencing. Despite achieving the long-desired physical connection between them, the emotional and moral consequences had shattered her, leaving her feeling lost and guilty. "My God, forgive me," she sobbed, clutching his hands to her heart. She felt as though she had lost everything. She could only look to Vronsky for forgiveness, for he was now the only one left in her world. But he too felt something dark creeping into his soul. Their love, once bright and intoxicating, now carried a heavy weight. It felt as though something had been lost forever. Still, he could not stop himself. He held her, kissing her face and hands, trying to chase away the pain. But Anna felt no comfort. "All is over," she whispered. "I have nothing but you. Remember that." Vronsky swore he could never forget. But when he called this happiness, Anna recoiled in horror. "Happiness?" she repeated, as if the word disgusted her. No, not another word. She moved away from him, filled with emotions too deep and complicated to explain. She wanted to forget this moment, to escape its weight. But in the days that followed, she found no peace. Every time she tried to think, a terrible feeling overtook her, and she pushed the thoughts away. Later, later, she told herself. But at night, in her dreams, the truth she feared came to her. She dreamed of both Alexei and Vronsky, both loving her, both calling her their wife. In the dream, she laughed, telling them how easy and natural it all was. But when she awoke, the dream felt like a nightmare, leaving her breathless with fear. Konstantin Levin rode home feeling happy, enjoying the fresh spring air. As he neared his house, he heard the bell ring. Someone had arrived from the train station. For a moment, he worried it might be his brother Nikolai, whose visit could disturb his peaceful mood. But he quickly felt ashamed of the thought and hoped it was him. Riding closer, Levin saw a 3-horse sledge and a man in a fur coat, but it wasn't his brother. To his delight, it was Stiva, his cheerful and charming friend. Stiva greeted Levin with a warm embrace, explaining that he had come to visit, do some hunting, and sell a forest. Inside the house, Stiva washed up while Levin checked on farm work. When they reunited, Stiva admired the beauty of Levin's home and the peaceful life he led. He shared news, including a visit planned by Levin's other brother, Sergei. However, he carefully avoided mentioning Kitty, which Levin silently appreciated. After eating, they prepared for their hunting trip. Konstantin Levin and Stiva reached a quiet woodland clearing near a stream, where they prepared for stand shooting. As night settled, Venus shimmered above the trees, and the first stars blinked into view. Levin, lost in the beauty of the moment, decided to stay a little longer. Finally breaking the quiet, he turned to Stiva. "Tell me, is your sister-in-law married yet?" Stiva hesitated before answering. "She's not thinking of marriage. She's very ill. The doctors have sent her abroad. They fear for her life." Levin's heart clenched. What? He gasped. The peaceful evening darkened with worry. When they reached home, Ryabinin was already waiting. Stiva invited him to sit, but Ryabinin got straight to the point. "Let's lower the price just a little," he suggested smoothly. Levin, who had been about to leave, turned back sharply. "You're already getting the forest for next to nothing." Ryabinin only smiled, his gaze steady. "There's no bargaining with Konstantin Dmitrievich," he said to Stiva. "He's tough when it comes to money." Levin was fed up. "If you're still negotiating, I'll buy the forest myself." At this, Ryabinin's smile vanished. His face turned sharp and calculating. Quickly, he pulled out a thick pocketbook, counted the money and handed it over. "It's mine," he said firmly, crossing himself. Levin stormed out, slamming the door. Ryabinin only smirked. "Ah, these gentlemen," he muttered. "They act so grand, but in the end business is business." Stiva climbed the stairs, his pockets full of money from the sale of the forest. The deal was done, the shooting had been excellent, and he was in high spirits. But Levin, troubled by thoughts of Kitty, could not shake his bad mood. Kitty was not married, but she was ill, heartbroken over a man who had rejected her. This made Levin uneasy. If Vronsky had slighted Kitty, and Kitty had slighted Levin, did that mean Vronsky had the right to look down on him? He couldn't explain it, but the thought left him restless and irritated. Levin had one question on his mind, but he couldn't bring himself to ask it. Finally he blurted out, "Where is Vronsky now?" Stiva yawned. "He's in Petersburg. He left soon after you did. Honestly, you gave up too easily, Kostya. I told you before, it wasn't certain which way things would go." Levin stared at him. "Does he know that I proposed to Kitty?" Stiva hesitated, then shrugged. If Kitty was drawn to him, it wasn't because of love. It was the idea of his aristocratic world, his position, mostly her mother's influence. Levin scoffed. "Aristocracy? What does that even mean? My family has lived honorably for generations. His father schemed his way up, and his mother, well, let's not speak of that. I take care of my land. I work for what I have. That is aristocracy." Stiva, always good-natured, laughed gently. "I actually agree with you," he admitted. "But Kostya, why not come back to Moscow with me?" Levin shook his head. "Number, and it doesn't matter. I proposed, and she rejected me. Kitty is nothing to me now but a painful memory." Stiva sighed. "What nonsense," he said, but let the subject drop. Levin's mood lifted now that he had spoken openly. He smiled at his friend. "You're not angry with me, Stiva?" "Of course not. I'm glad we talked." They decided to go stand shooting in the morning. Stiva, unable to sleep much anyway, would go straight to the station afterward. Levin felt lighter, as if spring had touched his heart again. Vronsky's life was deeply entwined with his love for Anna, yet he remained dedicated to his regiment. His comrades admired him, not just for his wealth and status, but for his loyalty and passion for military life. Though his love for Anna was a secret he never openly shared, everyone in town suspected it. Some envied him, while others, especially society's elite, disapproved of the scandal his affair might bring. Among those displeased was his mother, who initially saw the romance as an elegant affair, befitting a young man of his stature. But when she learned he had refused an important career opportunity just to stay near Anna, her opinion changed. As the world around him whispered and judged, Vronsky held onto the two things that stirred his soul, Anna and the thrill of the race ahead. The excitement of the race filled him, but so did a lingering frustration. Everyone, from his family to society, was interfering in his love for Anna. He read his mother's letter and his brother's note in his carriage, their words pressing him to reconsider his choices. Anger rose within him. Why couldn't they understand that Anna was more than a fleeting passion? Their love was everything to him, yet beneath his defiance, he knew they were right. The secrecy, the deception, the weight of judgment, it was unbearable. Anna, once proud and secure, was now caught in a web of lies. Vronsky realized they couldn't continue like this. For the first time, a clear thought formed in his mind. They had to escape, leave everything behind, disappear together, and live only for their love. The rain poured outside as his carriage rolled on, his heart set on a path that would change everything. The rain stopped quickly, and as Vronsky arrived, the sun shone through, making the wet rooftops and gardens glisten. He was relieved. Thanks to the rain, he was sure Anna would be home alone. Quietly, he entered through the garden, eager to see her. As he walked toward the terrace, a familiar unease returned. The thought of Seryoja, Anna's son. The boy, though innocent, seemed to sense something between his mother and Vronsky. His watchful, questioning eyes made their relationship feel even more fragile, like a ship drifting off course. But today, Seryoja was out, and Anna was alone. They spoke gently, but Anna was burdened by a thought she had not yet shared. Watching Vronsky's face, she hesitated. Would he understand? Would he truly see the gravity of it? After a pause, she finally whispered, "I'm with child." Vronsky paled, unable to speak at first. Then, with quiet determination, he told her their life together could no longer be hidden. The time had come to end the deception. But Anna, her voice tinged with sadness, asked how that could be possible. She was still her husband's wife. Vronsky insisted there was always a way. Their love could no longer remain in the shadows. But Anna, with a wistful smile, shook her head. She did not think of her husband, she said. To her he no longer existed. Yet as she spoke, a deep blush covered her face, and tears of shame welled in her eyes. She knew the truth could not be ignored forever. Vronsky had often tried to discuss their future with Anna, but she always avoided it. Each time she seemed to become someone else, a woman he did not recognize or love. But today he was determined to make her face their reality. "You cannot go on like this," he said softly, urging her to tell Alexei the truth and leave him. Anna's face darkened. She mocked her husband's cold official tone, predicting exactly how he would react. He would not let her go. He would do everything to prevent scandal. He was not a man, she said bitterly, but a machine, calculating and cruel when angered. Vronsky, speaking gently, insisted that they must tell him, and then decide what to do. "Run away," she said, with a sharp laugh. "Become your mistress?" Her voice was filled with anger, but deep down she was afraid. She almost said it, her son. but the words caught in her throat. She could not imagine leaving Seryozha. The thought of his future, of how he might see her if she abandoned his father, was too painful to bear. So she clung to the idea that nothing would change, that somehow they could continue as they were. Gripping Vronsky's hand, she pleaded, "Never speak of this again. Please promise me." "I promise," he said, though his heart ached. He could not be at peace when she was not. Anna smiled softly, her eyes full of love. "Unhappy?" she repeated. "No, I am like a starving person who has been given food. Nothing else matters." Just then she heard her son's voice. With sudden energy she pulled Vronsky close, kissed his face, and pushed him away. "Tonight, at 1 o'clock," she whispered. Then, with a deep sigh, she walked toward Seryozha, leaving Vronsky watching her with longing as he hurried off for the races. At the racecourse, Anna's emotions spiral after Vronsky falls, and her distress becomes evident. She desperately wants to leave, but remains trapped in the crowd, not noticing her husband's repeated offers of his arm. When the news comes that Vronsky is not killed, but his horse is severely injured, Anna breaks down in tears. Alexei offers her his arm again, but Betsy intervenes, promising to take Anna home. Despite Anna's evident distress, Alexei only sees her external behavior, which he deems inappropriate. As they leave, he criticizes her for her public display of despair, but Anna is preoccupied with thoughts of Vronsky. In the carriage, Alexei tries to reprimand her, but cannot fully articulate his frustrations. Anna, meanwhile, is lost in her thoughts, wondering about Vronsky's condition. Alexei's criticism feels hollow to her, and when he insists that she must maintain proper decorum, she finally confesses her feelings. She openly admits her love for Vronsky, her disdain for her husband, and her inability to bear him any longer. She bursts into tears, and Alexei, stoic and unmoving, remains silent. Upon arriving home, Alexei insists on maintaining outward propriety until he decides how to handle the situation, signaling his intent to protect his honor. Anna is left in despair, but she soon receives word from Betsy that Vronsky is unhurt. Relieved, Anna eagerly anticipates their meeting and reflects on her feelings, feeling a mix of guilt and longing for Vronsky as she waits. In a small German spa town, the Shcherbakskys, Princess Shcherbakskaya, her husband, and their daughter Kitty, found themselves naturally falling into their place in society. Just like water turning into a snowflake, every person at the spring seemed to settle into a set role, including the Shcherbakskys, who mingled with a German princess, an English lady, and a wounded German count. Despite the social activities, Kitty felt bored. With her father gone to Carlsbad, she was left alone with her mother and found no real interest in the people they knew. Instead, her attention wandered to strangers, imagining their lives in the best possible light, weaving quiet stories about them in her mind. One person stood out to Kitty, a Russian girl named Mademoiselle Varenka, who cared for an ailing lady, Madame Stahl. Varenka wasn't a servant nor a relative, but seemed devoted, helping not only Madame Stahl, but also other sick guests with quiet kindness. She appeared to be a woman, without youth or vanity, plain yet gentle, always busy with meaningful tasks, a calm presence. Then a new pair arrived, a tall, rough-looking Russian man with dark, unsettling eyes, and a woman, simply dressed. Kitty, ever hopeful, began to dream up a touching story about them. But when her mother revealed the man was Nikolai Levin, brother to Konstantin, the warm illusion shattered. Suddenly Nikolai's presence felt harsh and unpleasant. His intense stare now seemed filled with dislike, making Kitty uneasy. She quietly tried to avoid his gaze, her peaceful world disrupted for a moment, and so the days went on, with Kitty's heart drawn to the serene Varenka, while the shadow of Nikolai Levin loomed just at the edges of her thoughts. Nikolai Levin was there, at a watering place for health reasons, much like many others there. These spas were popular as places where people went to take the waters, to treat various illnesses. Nikolai, who struggles with both physical illness and issues related to his drinking and generally unhealthy lifestyle, is accompanied by Maria Nikolaevna, a woman who looks after him. During a soft moment in the garden, Kitty dared to ask Varenka if a particular song held special meaning. Varenka admitted in her usual calm way that it reminded her of someone she once cared for, a man she loved who had chosen another to please his mother. Kitty, wide-eyed and emotional, couldn't understand how Varenka could speak of it so serenely. "I didn't think you had a love story too," Kitty said softly. Varenka smiled faintly, a flicker of past emotion crossing her face, but assured Kitty she wasn't unhappy. She spoke simply, accepting the past with a peaceful heart. Kitty, burning with her own hidden pain, blurted out her own feelings about the shame of loving someone who didn't return her affection. She didn't name him, but her heartache was clear. Varenka, ever calm, gently placed her hand on Kitty's and told her there was nothing shameful about it. "It happens to every girl," she said softly. "It's unimportant." Kitty, desperate to understand, pressed Varenka for answers. "Then what is important?" she asked, gazing into her friend's serene face. Varenka smiled, but didn't seem to have a clear answer. "Oh, there's so much that's more important," she replied softly, though the secret of what gave her such peace remained unspoken. With her father's presence, Kitty realized the life she longed for wasn't as simple as she'd imagined. She still adored Varenka, but saw the world of suffering and sacrifice in a new light. Longing for home, Kitty returned to Russia, no longer the carefree girl she once was, but calm, thoughtful, and quietly healed. In the quiet countryside of Ergushovo, Dolly had settled into the old lodge with her 6 children, seeking a simple life away from the city. Her husband, Stiva, had gone to Petersburg for work, though much of his time was spent at races. He had assured Dolly the house was prepared, describing it as a little paradise, but when she arrived, reality was far from his cheerful promises. The lodge was old and worn. Rain leaked through the roof, soaking the nursery so badly that the children had to be moved into the drawing room for the night. The cows gave little milk, and the kitchen lacked even basic essentials: no eggs, few cooking pots, and cupboards that wouldn't stay closed. Walks in the garden were interrupted by wandering cattle, and a bellowing bull kept everyone on edge. Even simple pleasures, like a quiet drive or a dip in the river, seemed impossible. At first, Dolly felt overwhelmed by these unexpected struggles. The bailiff, chosen more for his polite manners than his usefulness, offered no real help, dismissing the problems as just how peasants are. she found herself fighting back tears, feeling both trapped and helpless. But then there was Maria Filimonovna, the steady, practical servant who had long been a quiet force in their household. Without fuss, she calmly took charge. Making friends with the bailiff's wife and the village elder, she started fixing everything bit by bit. The roof was mended, a kitchen maid was found, and chickens were bought. The cows began giving milk again, the broken garden fence was patched, and even an ironing board was set up across a chair and a chest of drawers. "Just see now, and you were in despair," Maria Filimonovna said, smiling. Slowly, life in the country began to settle. They even built a small bathing shed by the river, and Dolly's little girl, Lily, could finally swim. Though life was far from peaceful with 6 children, one always needing something, another falling ill, Dolly found quiet moments of joy. As Dolly rode home with her children, their hair still damp from the river, the coachman mentioned someone walking towards them, the master of Pokrovskoe. Peering ahead, Dolly's heart lifted as she recognized Levin, dressed simply in a grey coat and hat. She was genuinely happy to see him, especially now surrounded by her children. A picture of family life she knew Levin cherished. Levin greeted her warmly, comparing her to a mother hen with her chicks. Though he mentioned that Stiva had suggested he might help with her household troubles, both Levin and Dolly were slightly uncomfortable at the idea, both aware that such support should have come from her husband, not an outsider. Yet Levin's sincerity and kindness shone through, and Dolly appreciated his gentle understanding. Later, after dinner, they sat together on the balcony. The warm evening air wrapped softly around them, and Dolly finally mentioned what had been on her mind. Kitty was coming to spend the summer with her. Levin flushed at the news. His heart raced, but he quickly changed the subject, offering to send Dolly 2 of his cows, insisting she only pay him if she wished. He then launched into an explanation about cow keeping, how a cow was like a machine that turned food into milk, speaking quickly as though trying to keep his thoughts away from Kitty. Dolly, however, listened with little interest. Her household was running smoothly now, thanks to Maria Filimonovna, and she didn't need theories about cows. What she truly wanted was to talk about Kitty, and though Levin spoke about farming, his mind was far away, caught between a longing to hear more about Kitty and a fear of disturbing the fragile peace he had fought to build within himself. Dolly, ever perceptive, noticed his reaction. "Why are you angry with Kitty?" she asked softly. Levin, embarrassed and defensive, insisted he wasn't angry, but soon admitted the truth. He had once asked Kitty to marry him, and she had said no. His words were sharp, though the pain behind them was clear. Dolly, with her usual kindness, explained that Kitty's refusal didn't mean what he thought. "A girl doesn't choose like a man does," she said gently. "You men know whom you love, but a girl is left to answer yes or no without always knowing her heart." Levin's hope, which had briefly flickered alive, dimmed again at the mention of Vronsky, the man Kitty had once seemed to prefer. He spoke of love as something decided, not something that could be undone or revisited. Dolly sighed, seeing the wall Levin had built around himself. "Her refusal proves nothing," she said, sadness in her voice. But Levin shook his head. To him, it felt like mourning someone who was gone. the pain too real to imagine any future hope. The evening ended on a somber note. Levin said goodbye, and Dolly simply let him go. As his carriage rolled away, the air between them felt heavier than it had been when he arrived. As the hay was loaded and tied, Ivan led his horse away, and his young wife, full of energy, joined the other women, forming a circle for a cheerful haymaker's dance. Restful. Konstantin Levin lay on a haycock, watching and listening, feeling both enchanted and distant. The peasants, even those who had argued with him earlier over the hay, were now joyful and carefree, their quarrels forgotten. As the evening quieted, Levin remained there, lost in thought. As the sky shifted, Levin admired a delicate shell of soft clouds glowing faintly above him. It felt like a symbol of change, of hope. Then, in the grey hush before sunrise, Levin heard the jingle of bells. A carriage approached along the grassy road. Inside, an old woman dozed, but beside her sat a young girl just waking, adjusting the ribbons of her white cap. Her face, glowing softly in the morning light, was thoughtful and full of quiet life. And then their eyes met. It was Kitty. In that single moment, everything shifted. All of Levin's dreams of a simple life, all his thoughts of leaving the world behind, faded like the disappearing clouds. There, in the carriage rolling past him, was the answer he had longed for, not in a life of solitary labour, but in her. She did not look back again. The carriage wheels creaked softly away, the faint sound of bells fading into the distance. Levin stood alone once more, the road before him empty, his heart full. He looked up at the sky. The cloud shell was gone. The sky was a clear, distant blue. No, Levin whispered to himself. No matter how simple or peaceful that life may seem, I cannot go back to it. His heart spoke only one truth now. I love her. Alexei, a man of cold logic, harboured a single hidden weakness. He was deeply unsettled by the sight of women or children crying. It unravelled him, stirring emotions he couldn't control, often masked by abrupt anger. When his wife, Anna, confessed her affair with Vronsky through tears, Alexei felt the familiar wave of turmoil. Yet, rather than reacting, he forced himself into rigid calmness, his face a lifeless mask over the storm within. Alone in his carriage, something unexpected happened. Not grief or jealousy, but relief, like a painful tooth finally pulled. The torment of suspicion was gone. Anna's betrayal, though bitter, was now a fact, and facts could be managed. She is a corrupt woman, he told himself. Marrying her was a mistake, but not mine alone. His mind raced ahead. This wasn't about heartbreak. It was about preserving his reputation and restoring order. A duel? Absurd. The thought of pistols and pointless violence filled him with dread. Divorce? Impossible. It would stain his name and grant Anna the freedom to openly be with Vronsky, which hurt him more than her betrayal itself. Separation? No, that would only drive her further into Vronsky's arms. The answer grew clearer. Maintain appearances. Demand Anna cut ties with Vronsky. Outwardly, nothing would change. No scandal, no humiliation, and Anna wouldn't win the freedom she sought. Beneath his composed exterior, a hidden desire festered, not to see Anna happy, but to deny her the satisfaction of getting what she wanted. To justify it, he framed his decision as moral. I offer her a chance at redemption, he thought. With this, a wave of calm washed over him, not joy, but control. As the carriage rolled on, he convinced himself that life would resume its steady rhythm. She would be unhappy, but he would not. As Alexei's carriage rolled into Petersburg, his mind was fixed not on his wife's betrayal, but on the letter he was about to write her. His decision was firm. The family must remain intact, not for love or forgiveness, but for the sake of appearances and duty. Once home, in the quiet of his study, he relished the control he had regained. He dismissed the porter with a sharp, "See no one," as if sealing himself off from the world. The very act of writing this letter was a performance, calculated, cold, yet methodical. In French, using formal language rather than intimate terms, he wrote, "Our life must go on as before. I am convinced of your repentance and expect you to work with me in erasing the cause of our estrangement. I ask you to return to Petersburg by Tuesday. Compliance with this request is of the utmost importance." He enclosed money for her travel, a final touch of cool generosity, and sealed the letter with an almost satisfying click of the ivory paper knife. There was no anger in his words, no pleading, just a polished mask of reason. As he waited for his tea, his eyes fell on Anna's portrait, a beautiful painting, but now unbearable to look at. The artist had captured the insolent tilt of her head, the black lace framing her mocking eyes, the elegant hand adorned with rings. It wasn't just a portrait of a wife, it was a silent haunt. A shiver ran through him. Subscribe me if you are enjoying my stories. Thanks for support. Anna awoke the morning after her confession, expecting relief, a brutal honesty exchanged for the weight of lies. Instead, the reality of her situation pressed on her like a vice. The words she had hurled at her husband, Alexei, now echoed in her mind, each syllable more unbearable than the last. What had felt like liberation now seemed like a reckless leap into an abyss. She hadn't told Vronsky. That fact gnawed at her. She had thought about it. The moment was there, but she let it slip away. And why? Because she was ashamed. The thought burned through her, and for the first time the clarity of the previous night seemed nothing but an illusion. What would happen next? Would Alexei cast her out, expose her to the world's scorn? The terrifying images of her own disgrace began to spin wildly in her mind. She wasn't just afraid, she was trapped, spiraling between the dread of losing everything and the bitter sense that Vronsky no longer cared for her the way he once had. Her thoughts broke into jagged fragments. My God, she whispered over and over, but there was no comfort in those words. She wasn't seeking help from religion. She couldn't. To embrace faith would mean renouncing the very thing that now gave her life meaning, Vronsky. Then came a spark, a lifeline, Seryozha, her son, the only constant in this swirling storm. Anna clung to the thought of him, realizing that no matter how her world shattered, if Alexei disowned her, if Vronsky abandoned her, she would always have Seryozha. He was her purpose now. She couldn't lose him. Whatever happened, she had to act quickly before anyone tried to take him away from her. The moment she saw her son in the drawing room, small, innocent, bending over his flowers with that same intense expression his father often wore. Her resolve hardened. The governess was talking about some small misbehavior, but Anna barely heard her. She didn't care. All she saw was Serioja, and all she knew was that she had to protect him. When they were finally alone, Anna knelt beside him, the weight of her emotions breaking through. Serioja, she whispered, her voice trembling, "You love me, don't you?" His wide, confused eyes searched hers, a mix of delight at her rare, tender attention and fear that he might be in trouble. Tears streamed down Anna's face. How could anyone take him from me? She thought. Her mind was a tangle of plans, half-formed, desperate. I must go. Now, Moscow. By the evening train, she would take Seryoja and Anushka. She would leave everything else behind. Anna returned to her boudoir, sat at her desk, and began writing to Alexei. After what has happened, I cannot remain in your house. I am leaving and taking Seryoja with me. I do not know what the law says about our son, but I cannot live without him. I beg you, let him stay with me. She paused, searching for some closing line. A plea for generosity, perhaps, but the words stuck in her throat. What generosity does he have? She thought bitterly. She tore the letter up and wrote a simpler version, sealed it, and set it aside. Then there was Vronsky. Her hand trembled over the blank page. What could she say to him? I have told my husband. The words stared back at her, cold and lifeless. She felt a wave of shame. Is that all I am to him now? An obligation? Anger flared. At herself, at Vronsky, at the situation that had unravelled so quickly. She ripped the letter to pieces. No letter, no begging. Instead, she went to the nursery, told the governess they were leaving for Moscow that evening, and began packing. Anna Karenina was no longer waiting for fate to deal its hand. She was running from it, grasping for the only thing she had left, her son. The summer villa buzzes with restless energy as servants scurry about preparing for Anna's sudden departure. Amid the chaos, Anna methodically packs her travel bag, but it's not the work that makes her heart pound. It's the weight of her decision. She plans to leave, to take her son Seryoja and escape the stifling web of deceit that binds her to Alexei. Then comes the sound of a carriage. A footman delivers a letter from her husband, its calm, calculated words striking Anna like a cold blade. Our life must go on as it has done in the past. There is no confrontation, no fury, only a cruel insistence on preserving appearances. Worse still, Alexei hints at taking Seryoja from her, not out of love for the boy, but to wound Anna where it hurts most. Rage boils within her. She could have forgiven an outburst, a scream, even violence, but this silent, logical cruelty is unbearable. He wants to maintain his righteous image while pushing her deeper into ruin. Desperate yet paralyzed, Anna realizes the chains binding her are invisible but unbreakable. She cannot abandon Seryoja, nor can she fully sever herself from the life she despises. The hope that her confession might bring resolution has shattered. Tears overwhelm her, raw, gasping sobs for the freedom she knows is slipping away. When asked if there's a reply to her husband's letter, she scrawls a brief, emotionless response. I have received your letter. A. Her escape plan dissolves. Turning to her maid, she abruptly cancels the departure. Instead, she decides to see Vronsky, the one man she believes might still save her. And as she prepares, she chooses the blue dress, a symbol of the woman he once loved. The room was a chaos of paper, crumpled bills, half-opened letters, coins scattered like stray thoughts. Vronsky's white linen coat hung loosely from his frame, as if even his clothes had grown impatient with him. The usual elegance, the effortless charm, gone. Today was his day of reckoning. This was his ritual, 5 times a year, or more when life felt especially tangled. He would lock himself away, draw back the velvet curtain of his existence, and confront the cold, unforgiving numbers beneath the silk. But today's reckoning wasn't just financial. His debts lay in neat piles, 4,000 rubles, urgent, 2,500 of which were for a comrade's foolish card game, a disgraceful affair that bore his name despite his absence. Then there were the 8,000 rubles, less pressing but gnawing at his conscience, expenses for his racehorses, the English saddler, the oats and hay. The final heap, debts to tailors, hotels and indulgences, was almost laughable. Those could wait. Yet when the sums were tallied, he was 6,000 rubles short, with only 1,800 at hand. For a man rumoured to earn 100,000 rubles a year, it should have meant nothing. But Vronsky knew the polished surface hid an inconvenient truth. The vast family estate, yielding 200,000 a year, belonged mostly to his older brother, drowning in debt and married to the sweet but penniless Princess Varia. Vronsky had once made a grand gesture, relinquishing his share, keeping only 25,000 for himself. Plenty, he'd said, for a bachelor never intending to marry. And then there was his mother. Once she softened his income with an extra 20,000 a year, but after his affair with Anna, that stopped. Her last letter, received just yesterday, was a subtle bribe, end the scandal, and the money would flow again. Vronsky burned at the insult. He was not for sale. Left with no other choice, he resolved to borrow 10,000 rubles and sell his beloved racehorses, a bitter, necessary sacrifice. And when it was done, he burned Anna's letters, not to forget, but because their weight was too much to bear. The numbers were simple. His heart was anything but. Vronsky lived by a strict unspoken code, a private sense of honor that was neither complex nor morally pure. It was sharp and unyielding, like his cavalry sword. Pay a card sharper, but ignore a tailor's bill. Never lie to a man, though women were another matter. Cheat no one, except a husband for love's sake. Never forgive an insult, but always be ready to give one. These rules didn't cover every situation, but within their narrow bounds Vronsky felt secure, his world clear and steady. Then came Anna. Their affair had seemed simple, intense, secretive, but still within his code. Anna was an honorable woman who had given him her heart, making her, in his eyes, more deserving of respect than a dutiful wife. Her husband, Karenin, was merely an obstacle, irrelevant except for his right to challenge Vronsky to a duel, something Vronsky was prepared for. But when Anna revealed she was pregnant, Vronsky's code faltered. His heart had urged him to ask her to leave her husband, to build a new life together. Yet, as reality set in, the weight of those words bore down on him. Leaving Karenin wasn't just about passion, it meant responsibility. Could he provide for her when his finances were already slipping through his fingers like sand? He'd just spent the morning calculating his debts, selling his racehorses, borrowing from moneylenders. By morning his resolve returned. Anna would stay with Karenin, he would stay in the army, their love would remain, hidden but untouched. For now that was enough, for him. Then came Petritsky, all charm and carelessness, grinning as he leaned against the door frame. "We've come to fetch you. Your lessive took its sweet time today." Vronsky smiled, not with his lips, but with his eyes, a flicker of cold amusement. The balance of his life was too fragile to be disturbed by sudden movement, even by something as simple as a grin. And just as Vronsky was about to speak, a footman appeared with a letter, a note from Princess Tverskaya. Anna. The clock struck 6. The cold August air stung Vronsky's face as he climbed into Yashvin's old hired carriage, not his own, of course. His horses were too well known, too easily recognized. Discretion was key. "Drive fast," he ordered, flicking a 3-ruble note into the driver's hand. The carriage slowed as they neared the Vrede villa. Vronsky, suddenly impatient, flung the door open before it fully stopped, landing lightly on the pavement. His heart, steady a moment ago, now pounded in his chest as he stepped into the quiet shaded avenue leading to the garden. And then he saw her. "Anna," he whispered, though he hadn't meant to say anything at all. She gripped his hand, tight, urgent. "You're not angry I sent for you?" she said, her voice low but trembling. "I had to see you." "Angry?" he echoed. "Never." But his smile faded when he saw the lines of tension on her lips. This was not the joyful, stolen moment he'd imagined. Something was wrong. Her hand still in his, they walked silently into the shadows of the garden. Then she stopped. "I didn't tell you yesterday," she began, her words ragged with forced calm, "but I told him. I told Alexei everything." The words struck Vronsky like a fist to the chest. A duel. It would have to be a duel. The cold, rigid rules of honor, the code that had guided him for so long, clicked into place. He would face Alexei like a man, fire into the air, let the fool take his shot. Anna saw the shift in his face, hard, proud, distant, and her heart plummeted. He stood there, his silence heavier than any words. He had thought himself prepared for this moment, for the breaking point. But now that it was here, all he could think about was how quickly his carefully constructed life was unraveling. Anna saw it. She saw it in his hesitation, in the way his jaw worked but no words came out. And in that instant she knew. The last fragile hope she had clung to, that he would save her from this unbearable in-between, was gone. He finally opened his mouth. "I hope now you'll leave him. I hope," he faltered, his face flushing. "I hope you'll let me arrange everything for us." Anna's eyes filled with tears. "My child," she whispered. "What about Seryozha?" Vronsky fell silent. He hadn't thought of Seryozha. He realized, perhaps too late, that Anna wouldn't just be leaving a husband for a lover, she'd be leaving her son. Her life wasn't a simple equation, husband or lover. It was tangled, messy, and far more complicated than Vronsky had ever allowed himself to see. He swallowed hard. "But Anna, what's better? To leave your child, or to live like this. In shame? Her voice rose. Shame? To whom? To everyone, he said softly. And most of all, to you. Anna stepped back. Don't talk to me of shame, she said, her voice trembling. I am proud, because I love you. Her voice broke again. And if I have your love, nothing else matters. But Vronsky couldn't speak. He felt something tighten in his throat. He couldn't even breathe. For the first time he felt the full weight of what he had done, not just to himself, but to her. She wasn't a beautiful, untouchable figure in the distance anymore. She was standing right in front of him, broken, desperate, clinging to the only thing she had left, his love. And in that moment they both realized that love alone might not be enough. The carriage pulled up. Anna didn't look at Vronsky as she climbed in. On Tuesday, he said quietly, I'll be in Petersburg. We can talk then. Don't, she said, cutting him off. Let's not talk any more. And then she was gone. The wheels of the carriage creaked as it disappeared down the road. Vronsky stood there, frozen in the fading light, alone. The sun struggled through the high windows of Alexei's study, casting long shadows over the neat stacks of papers on his desk. The air was still, heavy, as though the room itself braced for the coming storm. When the servant entered and announced Anna's arrival, Alexei blinked, as though startled from a dream. He heard Anna moving through the house, her voice, clear and strong, in the dining room as she spoke to the servants. He didn't move. When she finally entered his study, Alexei felt a strange surge of heat crawl up his neck. She stood there, her hands lightly touching the fabric of her dress, the only sign of her nerves. The silence between them pressed in, a weight too heavy for either of them to lift. Finally, Anna spoke. Her voice was calm, but the tremor beneath it betrayed her. I am a guilty woman. I am a bad woman. But I am the same as I was when I told you before. And I have come to tell you that I can change nothing. He didn't flinch. I have asked you no question about that, he replied, his voice thin, almost shrill. Anna took a step back. His gaze, cold, fixed, unwavering, cut through her. He continued, each word landing like a blow. But, as I told you then, and as I wrote to you, he inhaled sharply. I repeat now that I am not bound to know this. I ignore it. Not all wives are so kind as to hurry to communicate such agreeable news to their husbands. The word agreeable twisted like a knife. Anna winced. Her heart was pounding now, not with guilt, but with fury. How quickly the pity she had felt for him only moments ago dissolved into something dark and bitter. He was not hurt. He was not broken. He was angry because she had made a spectacle of him. Her betrayal was not a wound to his heart. It was a stain on his reputation. And now she saw clearly this wasn't about love or loss. It was about control. I shall ignore it, Alexei went on. So long as the world knows nothing of it, so long as my name is not disgraced. Anna's hands curled into fists. Our relations must be just as they have always been, he declared. And only in the event that you compromise me will I be obliged to take steps to secure my honor. Her breath caught in her throat. His honor. Nothing about her, about what she felt, about the agony that had unraveled her from the inside out. only his honor. His face calm again, but his eyes burning. "I want you not to meet that man here," he said, every syllable clipped, clean, and deadly. "And I want you to conduct yourself so that neither the world nor the servants can reproach you. You will not see him again." Anna's whole body trembled. "And in return, you will enjoy all the privileges of a faithful wife without fulfilling her duties." His words fell like a stone in the pit of her stomach. "That is all I have to say to you." He stood. "I am not dining at home," he said, already moving toward the door. Anna rose too, but her legs felt like they would give out beneath her. She couldn't breathe. As he opened the door, Alexei paused, the faintest hesitation in his step. But he didn't look back. He simply bowed, a cold formal gesture, and waited for her to pass him. Anna did not speak. She walked through the doorway, her head high, her heart in shreds. And as the door closed behind her, the silence that followed was louder than any words ever could have been. The golden fields of Levin's estate swayed gently in the summer breeze, but Levin himself felt no pride, no joy. 25 miles away, Kitty Shechebatskaya was there, and with her a storm of longing and bitterness. Darya Alexandrovna's words echoed in his mind, the unspoken suggestion that Kitty might accept him now. Now that she had been rejected by Vronsky. The thought of it made his stomach turn. I can't ask her to be my wife merely because she can't be the wife of the man she wanted. The very idea of it, of offering his heart like a consolation prize, filled him with a cold, gnawing resentment. He pictured her, delicate and radiant as ever, but now painted with the faint shadow of heartbreak. Could he look at her without feeling like he was pitying her? Could she look at him without seeing the man she once refused? Number. It was impossible. And then came Darya Alexandrovna's letter. "I'm told you have a side saddle," she had written. "I hope you will bring it over yourself." Levin had stared at the letter, reading and rereading the lines, as though expecting the words to rearrange themselves into something less humiliating. How could she? How could a woman of intelligence and grace put Kitty in such a position, making it seem as though Levin were expected to come to see Kitty again, to offer himself once more, as though nothing had ever happened? He had written 10 replies, each more wretched than the last. One inviting, one refusing, another explaining, another pretending to be busy, but none seemed right. In the end, he simply sent the saddle without a word. No note, no explanation, just silence. And when the servant took the saddle away, Levin felt only shame, not at what he had done, but at what he could not bring himself to do. By the next morning he couldn't bear it any more. He turned his back on the estate, leaving the land to the bailiff, and rode off to the Surovsky district, to his friend Sviazhsky, to the wide marshes and the whisper of wings over water. Hunting, escape. No matter how fast his horse carried him, he could not outrun the truth, that both his farm and his heart now seemed like lands he could no longer claim as his own. Levin arrived at Sviazhsky's estate with a heart heavy from his own recent failures, but a mind oddly alight. Though the marshes disappointed him with their lack of game, the thrill of the hunt still left his body buzzing. his thoughts sharper than they had been in days. Sviazhsky greeted him warmly. The evening's tea was a curious affair. Madame Sviazhskaya, plump and pleasant, did her best to steer the conversation. Levin, however, found himself uncomfortably aware of her sister, a young woman sitting directly across from him. Her dress, cut low and open in the shape of a trapeze, revealed a pale expanse of skin that Levin found impossible to ignore. He tried, oh how he tried, to keep his gaze fixed firmly above the scandalous neckline, but the very effort only made his discomfort more glaring. It wasn't just the dress. It was the unspoken suggestion behind it, the suspicion that this girl, or at least the household, saw him as a potential suitor. But Levin wasn't looking for this wife. Though Kitty Shtcherbatskaya had refused him, his heart still belonged to her, stubbornly, irrationally. The idea that he could simply transfer his affections to another woman, as though love were a matter of convenience, infuriated him. The sister's presence and her strategically chosen dress felt like a silent accusation. He blushed, she blushed, and the whole exchange unfolded in awkward half-smiles and broken sentences. Finally, unable to endure the silent tension any longer, Levin stood abruptly. His words spilled out clumsily. "I hear a very interesting conversation." Without waiting for a response, he crossed the room to where Sviazhsky was engaged in discussion with two neighboring landowners. He had thought this visit would offer him clarity. Instead, it only deepened the questions burning inside him. As Konstantin Levin arrived back home, he had hoped for a distraction that night, a lively guest to pull him from his thoughts of Kitty, farming, and his own muddled ambitions. Instead, fate had sent him someone who would drag him even deeper into the very questions he wanted to avoid, Nikolai Levin. He wanted to believe it was someone else, that the tall, gaunt figure removing his fur cloak wasn't his brother Nikolai. But there was no mistaking him. The sight of him was like a blow. Gone was the strong, passionate brother he remembered. Instead, Nikolai was a shadow of himself, his body a skeleton draped in skin, his movements jerky and abrupt. His thin neck jutted forward unnaturally, and his eyes, those big burning eyes, held an unsettling gleam, as if they were too alive for the body that housed them. How could he feel anything but sorrow for his dying brother? He pushed the selfish feeling away and ran to greet Nikolai, forcing warmth into his voice. "You see, I've come," Nikolai said hoarsely, his cracked lips forming a weak smile. "I've been meaning to for a long time, but I've been unwell. I'm better now." Levin kissed his brother's dry, papery cheek. His heart clenched. If they were completely honest, Levin would only be able to say, "You're dying, you're dying." And Nikolai would only be able to answer, "I know I'm dying, but I'm afraid, I'm afraid, I'm afraid." And there would be nothing more to say. But life wasn't lived that way. Life demanded pretense, small talk, and keeping up appearances. So Levin did what he had always struggled to do, what so many others seemed to manage effortlessly. He spoke words that weren't quite true. He forced himself to smile, to act as if there was still a future ahead for his brother. But every word rang false, and Nikolai heard it in his voice. Their conversations grew tense, particularly over Levin's ideas about labor organization. Levin's jaw clenched. A muscle twitched in his cheek. "Fine," he spat, his voice tight. "Think whatever you like. Just leave me alone." Nikolai's eyes flashed. "I will leave you alone. I should have never come in the first place." The words hung between them like an open wound. Levin tried, later, after his temper cooled, to apologize, to fix things. But the truth was there was nothing left to fix. His brother wasn't angry at him. He was angry at the world, at his fate, at death itself. And Levin was simply the nearest target. When Nikolai packed his bags to leave, Levin tried one last time. "If I hurt you, I'm sorry," he said, the words feeling unnatural on his tongue. Nikolai gave a strange, weary smile. "Oh, generosity," he murmured bitterly. "If you need to be right, then fine, you're right. But I'm leaving all the same." But then, as he stood in the doorway, something in him shifted. For the first time in days, he looked at Levin with real sincerity. "Anyway, don't hold anything against me, Kostya," he said, his voice suddenly soft. It was the only true thing either of them had said to each other. Levin felt his throat tighten. He knew what those words meant. We may never see each other again. Tears welled in his eyes, but he couldn't speak. He simply hugged his brother one last time. And then Nikolai was gone. 3 days later, Levin boarded a train bound for Europe. He told himself he was going for research, to study foreign agricultural methods, to strengthen the foundation of his work. But in truth, he was running from the house that still held his brother's ghost, running from the crushing weight of reality. In his compartment, he ran into Shchebatsky, Kitty's cousin. The young man took one look at him and frowned. "What's wrong with you?" Levin stared blankly out the window. "Oh, nothing. There's just not much happiness in life, that's all." Shchebatsky laughed. "Not much happiness? Come to Paris with me then. I'll show you how to live." But Levin only shook his head. "I've done with all that," he said. "It's time I was dead." Shchebatsky gaped at him. "That's absurd," he said with a chuckle. "I'm just getting ready to begin life." Levin gave a hollow smile. Everywhere he looked, he saw the same thing, death, or the slow, inevitable march toward it. He clung to his work more fiercely than ever, not because he believed in it, but because it was the only thing left to hold on to. Everything else was darkness. And he didn't know how to escape it. In the Karenins' home, Anna and her husband Alexei lived like strangers. Though they saw each other daily, their hearts were distant. Alexei avoided dinner at home, aware of Anna's secret meetings with Vronsky, hoping it would quietly pass. Anna wished for a change, believing something good would happen soon. Vronsky, uneasy but trusting Anna, waited for the situation to resolve itself. One evening, Vronsky received a note from Anna, asking him to visit while Alexei was away. Despite the risk, he decided to go. After a restless nap and a strange dream about a peasant speaking French, Vronsky hurried to Anna's house, feeling uneasy. At the entrance, he unexpectedly ran into Alexei. Their brief, cold exchange left Vronsky angry. He wished Alexei would confront him, but the husband's calm indifference made him feel like a deceiver. Vronsky's love for Anna had grown, overshadowing his past ambitions. Anna, too, had given herself completely to him, depending on Vronsky to guide their future. Sitting together, Anna and Vronsky felt a quiet tension. Anna asked if he saw her husband and teased Vronsky for being late. Their conversation turned bitter when Anna, jealous, mentioned a story about Vronsky attending a party with an actress, Therese. She felt frustrated by his life away from her, a world she could never fully enter. Vronsky tried to comfort her, but noticed how jealousy and sadness had dimmed her once radiant charm. Their love now felt weighed down by secrets and fear. The mood darkened further when Anna spoke about their future, hinting at a tragic end, even death. Vronsky dismissed her words, but a strange fear lingered. Anna then shared a frightening dream about a peasant speaking French and a servant predicting she would die in childbirth. To Vronsky's surprise, her dream echoed his own unsettling vision. Yet, in the midst of their fear, Anna's face softened as she felt the baby move inside her. For a brief moment there was peace, a silent acknowledgement of the new life growing within her, even as their love remained shadowed by uncertainty. That night, Alexei returned home after seeing Vronsky at the door. Though he followed his usual routine, he couldn't sleep. Consumed by anger, he decided to divorce Anna and take their son, Seryozha, away. In the morning, his fury hardened. He confronted Anna in her room, cold and stern. Without a word, he took her keys and searched her desk for Vronsky's letters. When Anna tried to stop him, he pushed her hand away. He accused her of dishonoring their home. Anna, flushed and desperate, tried to explain, but Alexei cut her off, saying her reasons didn't matter. Their argument grew heated. Anna called his actions cruel, but Alexei said the true cruelty was her betrayal. Anna admitted her pain was already more than he could imagine. Determined, Alexei declared he would end their marriage. The fight turned to Seryozha. Anna begged Alexei not to take their son, softly pleading, "Leave me, Seryozha." But Alexei, bitter and cold, said he no longer felt affection for the boy, connecting him to Anna's betrayal. He insisted Seryozha would go to his sisters. Desperate, Anna asked him again, not for herself, but for Seryozha, to let the boy stay until after she gave birth. It was a quiet, sorrowful plea. Alexei, blinded by his bitterness, pulled his hand away and left without another word. The house fell silent. Anna, left alone, was overwhelmed by the fear of losing her son, the sorrow of her broken marriage, and the weight of an uncertain future. Alexei visits a well-known lawyer in Petersburg, seeking advice about divorcing Anna. The waiting room is crowded with ladies, a banker, a merchant, and a clerk, all waiting impatiently. Though Alexei prefers to keep his personal life private, he must reveal his identity to get a meeting. The lawyer, a small man with sharp eyes and grand clothes, listens politely, but seems amused, as if he already knows why Alexei is there. As they talk, the lawyer swats at moths flying around his office, adding a strange, tense feeling to the meeting. Alexei says he wants a divorce, but insists his son, Seryozha, must not stay with Anna. He is firm but nervous, hoping to avoid public scandal. The lawyer calmly explains the options: divorce by abandonment, health issues, or adultery. He suggests the simplest way, a staged affair by mutual consent. This shocks Alexei, who refuses anything dishonest. Instead, Alexei mentions Anna's letters as proof of her unfaithfulness, hoping they will be enough. But the lawyer says letters alone won't work. They need clear evidence, like eyewitnesses. Alexei, shaken, realizes how hard and humiliating the process might be. Before leaving, Alexei says he will think it over and send his decision by letter. The lawyer, still amused, shows him out and chuckles to himself once alone, already thinking about his next client and the moths bothering his office. Alexei walks away, feeling uneasy, torn between wanting to free himself from Anna and the painful public steps he must take to do so. Alexei found himself struggling, not just with Anna at home, but also with his work. Still, Alexei didn't give up. To restore his reputation, he decided to visit the remote provinces himself to investigate. On his way to the provinces, Alexei stopped briefly in Moscow. As his carriage moved through the snowy streets, he suddenly heard his name called out in a cheerful voice. It was Stiva, Anna's brother, standing on the pavement smiling warmly. In a carriage beside him were Dolly, his wife, and their children, waving kindly. Though Alexei wished to avoid seeing Anna's family, Stiva insisted on speaking with him. Full of charm, he invited Alexei to dinner the next day, promising an interesting crowd. Dolly, gentle and sincere, asked about Anna. Alexei, stiff and distant, avoided answering. Feeling uncomfortable, Alexei quickly returned to his carriage. Dolly invited him to dinner, but his reply was lost in the noise of passing carriages. Stiva called after him, promising to visit the next day. In this quiet but heavy moment, Alexei felt more alone than ever, caught between his crumbling career, his broken marriage, and a world that kept moving forward without him. The next morning, Alexei stayed home, focused on important tasks. One of his tasks was writing to his lawyer about his decision to divorce Anna. Sealing the letter, he enclosed Vronsky's notes to Anna as evidence. Now that his decision had moved from thought to action, written in ink and officially set in motion, he felt more resolved about ending his marriage. As he finished, Stiva's voice rang through the house. Despite being told Alexei was busy, Stiva insisted on seeing him, cheerfully entering the room. Alexei, cold and formal, immediately told Stiva he would not attend the dinner, explaining that their relationship had to change since he was pursuing a divorce from Anna. Stiva, shocked and pained, collapsed into a chair, unable to believe the news. He defended Anna, calling her a good woman, and urged Alexei not to act hastily. But Alexei, calm and unyielding, said his mind was made up. Desperate to help, Stiva begged him to speak with Dolly, who loved both Anna and Alexei and might offer wise advice. Though hesitant, Alexei agreed to come to dinner after Stiva's heartfelt pleas. Stiva checked his watch, already 4 o'clock. With a warm smile, he reminded Alexei once again to come to dinner, adding with a playful shout, "And not evening dress," before dashing out the door. Alone again, Alexei felt the weariness of it all, but a promise was a promise. He would go to dinner. It was past 5 when Stiva finally arrived home, just as 2 of his guests reached the door. Dolly dressed in her best grey silk gown. The guests, young Shcherbatsky, Turovtsin, Kitty, and Alexei, sat awkwardly, unsure of how to connect. Alexei, dressed formally in evening attire, clearly saw the dinner as a duty rather than a pleasure, his cold presence adding to the discomfort. But everything changed when Stiva entered. In an instant he brought the room to life. The only person still missing was Levin. Just then Levin arrived, brushing snow from his hat, clearly nervous. He had been trying to convince himself that he didn't know Kitty would be there, but hearing her name made his heart race. When Levin finally entered the room and laid eyes on her, everything else melted away. Kitty wasn't as she once was, nor like the distant girl he had seen in the carriage. She was something more. She blushed, paled, and blushed again, unable to hide her emotions. Levin, overwhelmed by joy and fear, struggled to find his voice. They exchanged a few simple words, but for both, those words held an unspoken world of meaning, regret, hope, and the fragile spark of love still alive. Conversation buzzed as people spoke both in small groups and as a whole, and even the usually stern Alexei began to relax. For Levin, though, the only thing that mattered was that Kitty was beside him, placed there, of course, by the ever-scheming Stiva. Every glance, every word from her, made Levin feel like he was soaring above the world. The room, the guests, the dinner, all faded into the background. At that table there was only him and Kitty, and the silent promise that maybe, just maybe, something lost could be found again. After dinner, the men stayed behind, and a conversation arose about the inequality in marriage. Pestsov argued that society judged a wife's infidelity far more harshly than a husband's. Stiva tried to steer the conversation away, offering Alexei a cigar, but he declined and responded with cold detachment. Turovtsin, warmed by champagne, shared news of a duel fought over a wife's honor. This topic touched on Alexei's own troubles, yet he remained outwardly indifferent and moved to the drawing room. Dolly, waiting anxiously, approached him. She loved Anna as a sister and pleaded for the truth. Alexei, avoiding her gaze, insisted that Anna had betrayed him and their marriage. Dolly refused to believe it, her hands trembling. She led him to a quieter room, desperately trying to understand. He spoke of his pain, his doubts, and the bitterness consuming him. He had once hoped to forgive, but Anna had refused to change. Now he saw no other path but divorce. Dolly, filled with sorrow, urged him to reconsider, to think of Anna's future. She shared her own past, how Anna had once saved her marriage. She begged him to forgive, but his heart was hardened. He could not forgive, he could not love someone he now hated. With a cold farewell, he left, leaving Dolly in silent grief. Levin stayed among the men after dinner, though his heart was drawn to Kitty in the drawing room. He tried to focus on the conversation, but his thoughts were light and kind, filled with the warmth of her presence nearby. He felt no desire to argue, only to bring peace, to see everyone happy. And then he sensed her gaze upon him. When he turned, she stood in the doorway, watching him with a soft smile. She thanked him for coming, and they spoke quietly, their words flowing easily, understanding each other without effort. He felt the depth of her thoughts, her kindness, her wisdom. A secret language of letters passed between them, an unspoken confession of love. Each glance deepened their understanding. When he asked if she could forget and forgive, her answer was clear, yes. The promise had been made, silent yet certain. Levin would come to see her parents in the morning. and with that their hearts were bound together, not in words, but in the quiet certainty of love. Levin was left alone after Kitty had gone, and a restless longing took hold of him. The hours until morning stretched before him, unbearably slow. He could not be alone, not with this overwhelming happiness filling his heart. He sought company, attaching himself first to Stiva, who was leaving for the evening, and then to his brother Sergei. Later, at Sviazhsky's home, he spoke for hours without realizing how late it had grown, carried by the sheer lightness of his heart. And yet, when he was finally alone in his hotel room, time weighed on him once more. The night felt endless. He remained there, lost in his happiness, in the hush of the sleeping city, until dawn began to stir. The long night had passed, and soon morning would bring him back to Kitty. The streets were quiet as dawn arrived. Levin walked to the Shcherbatskys' house, but the doors were still closed. Everything was asleep. He wandered back, had some coffee, but couldn't eat. At last noon arrived. Levin took a sledge to the Shcherbatskys' home. The driver, the hall porter, even the footman, they all seemed to know. They all shared in his joy. He stepped inside, his heart racing. Then she was there. Kitty. She did not walk, but seemed to float towards him, her eyes filled with love. She reached him, placed her hands on his shoulders, and in that moment they belonged to each other. He held her close, pressing his lips to hers, feeling the warmth of her happiness. She had waited for him, just as he had waited for her. Her parents had given their blessing. They entered the drawing room, where Kitty's mother wept with joy, and her father, though trying to remain composed, could not hide his happiness. Levin could hardly speak. He kissed Kitty's hand, overwhelmed by the depth of his love. "Can it be true?" he whispered. She smiled, her voice steady and full of warmth. "Yes, I am so happy." And in that moment Levin's world was complete. Alexei returned to his room, troubled by the evening's conversation. The idea of forgiveness annoyed him, and he dismissed it as irrelevant to his situation. What lingered in his mind were the words of a guest, how a wronged husband should act like a man and seek revenge. Just then he received a telegram. The telegram was from Anna. The sight of her name struck him before he even read the message. She was dying, she wrote, and begged him to come, pleading for his forgiveness. His first reaction was doubt. Was this a trick to prevent divorce, to legitimize her child? But then a thought unsettled him. What if it was true? What if, in the face of death, she was truly repentant and he refused to go? That would not only be cruel, but foolish. He ordered a carriage and set out for Petersburg. As he arrived in the early morning fog, a weight hung over him. He dared not admit it, but deep inside he felt a strange relief at the possibility of her death, which would free him from his troubles. At the house, the servant informed him, Anna had given birth, but she was gravely ill. The reality of her survival hit him, and he realized with shame how much he had wished for her death. He entered the home and was met with Vronsky, who sat in despair, his face buried in his hands. Seeing him, Alexei felt a rush of emotion and turned away, unable to speak. Inside the bedroom, Anna lay feverish, her face flushed, her eyes gleaming. She spoke quickly, drifting between reality and delirium, calling for forgiveness, fearing death. When she finally saw Alexei, she clutched his hand, pleading with him to forgive her. Overcome, he knelt beside her, weeping, as a profound feeling of love and forgiveness filled his heart. The doctors said there was little hope. She might not survive the fever. Vronsky, lost in sorrow, returned the next morning. Alexei met him in the hall and led him inside. There he spoke with unexpected gentleness. He had come intending divorce, even hoping for her death. But now he had forgiven her completely. His duty was clear. He would not abandon her. Vronsky listened, unable to grasp this level of selflessness. He had expected scorn, but instead he saw something higher than he could understand. Vronsky stepped out of the Karenins' house, dazed and lost. He could not recall where he was or where he should go. Shame and humiliation weighed heavily on him, a sharp contrast to the confidence he once carried. The world he had known, his pride, his rules, his sense of control, had shattered. He had once seen Alexei Alexandrovich as a weak and pitiful man, but now he saw him as noble, kind, and forgiving. In contrast, he felt small, deceitful, and dishonorable. Worse still, his love for Anna, which had been cooling, suddenly flared stronger than ever, just as he had lost her forever. A porter's voice broke his thoughts. "A sledge, sir?" Vronsky numbly agreed and rode home. Exhausted from sleepless nights, he lay on his sofa, hoping for rest. He tried to let unconsciousness take him, but just as he began to drift, a jolt of pain surged through him like electricity. He sat up in panic, his mind racing. He saw Anna's feverish face, her burning eyes, her tenderness, directed not at him, but at Alexei Alexandrovich. He recalled his own pathetic expression when the man he had scorned removed his hands from his face. He lay back down, forcing his eyes shut. "To sleep, to forget," he murmured. But his thoughts spun uncontrollably. Memories of Anna, moments of joy and passion, were followed by his recent disgrace. "How can we be reconciled?" he muttered aloud, unable to silence his mind. Desperation crept over him. He tried to think beyond Anna, his career, his ambitions, society, but nothing held meaning anymore. He felt utterly lost. Restless, he tore open his shirt, pacing the room. "This is how men go mad," he whispered, "how they shoot themselves." He shut the door, took out his revolver, and turned it to his chest. For a moment he stood still, deep in thought. Then, as if reaching an inevitable conclusion, he pulled the trigger. A sudden crushing blow knocked him back. He felt no pain, only confusion, as he collapsed to the floor, blood seeping around him. He stared blankly at the room, at the legs of the table, at the tiger skin rug beneath him. Footsteps approached. His servant, frozen in terror, ran for help instead of tending to him. An hour later, Varya, his brother's wife, arrived with 3 doctors. They worked quickly, lifting him to the bed, tending to his wound. She stayed by his side, nursing him, as life clung to him despite his desperate act. Alexei had made a mistake when he first saw Anna after her illness. He had not considered the possibility that she might recover, that her repentance might be sincere, and that he might truly forgive her. But now, 2 months later, he fully realized the depth of his error. At his wife's bedside, he had experienced a new feeling, one of deep compassion, of true forgiveness. The bitterness that had once tormented him dissolved into an unexpected peace. He forgave Anna for her betrayal, forgave Vronsky for his part in it, and even found himself more attentive to his son, Seryozha. But it was the baby girl, Anna's child, whom he had unexpectedly grown attached to. At first he had cared for her out of duty, but now he found himself visiting her nursery often, watching her tiny movements with quiet affection. Yet, as time passed, Alexei began to feel the weight of the world pressing upon him once more. Society did not understand his decision to remain with Anna, nor his newfound sense of peace. He saw the subtle smiles, heard the concealed laughter, and felt the judgment of those around him. He knew that life as it was could not continue indefinitely. Anna too had changed. The soft humility she had shown while near death had faded into unease. She avoided his eyes, seemed restless in his presence, as though expecting something from him that she could not ask. One day their baby fell ill, and Alexei, worried for her well-being, took immediate action. Yet even in the nursery he felt the subtle signs of mockery, an amused glance from a servant, a dismissive smile from the wet nurse. The sense of being an object of ridicule surrounded him. Returning home one evening, he found an unwelcome visitor, Princess Betsy Tverskaya. She had come to discuss a delicate matter. Vronsky wished to see Anna before his departure to Tashkent. Anna, tense and uneasy, told Alexei that she had refused, that she did not wish to see him. Betsy, ever the social manipulator, pressed the issue, speaking to Alexei with an air of mock admiration. She urged him to allow the meeting, praising Vronsky as an honorable man. But Alexei remained firm, though he knew his position was fragile. He told Betsy that it was for Anna herself to decide. Betsy left, her parting glance filled with veiled amusement, leaving Alexei with the quiet realization that, no matter his inner peace, the world around him would not grant him the same. Alexei went to Anna's room. She had been crying and looked frightened when she saw him. He sat beside her and gently repeated words of gratitude, but his voice irritated her. She cut him off, impatient with his slow way of speaking. She could not understand why Vronsky should not be allowed to say goodbye. Her heart burned with pain, but she tried to stay calm. Alexei spoke of Princess Tverskaya's interference, but Anna defended her. She felt repulsed by her husband's presence and wished he would leave. Alexei mentioned he had called for a doctor because the baby was not getting enough milk. Anna grew upset. She had wanted to nurse the baby, but was not allowed, and now she was being blamed. Her emotions overwhelmed her, and she began to cry. She asked Alexei to go away. As he left, Alexei felt trapped. The world expected him to do something, but he wasn't sure what. He believed it was best for Anna to end things with Vronsky, but if everyone thought that was impossible, he was willing to allow it, as long as the children were not disgraced. He did not want to lose them or change his life. Yet he knew he was powerless. He would be forced to do what others expected, even if it felt wrong. Stiva had come to Petersburg, not just for business, but to help his sister. Betsy told him Anna was suffering, trapped in a life she couldn't endure. She needed a way out. Either Vronsky should take her away, or she should be granted a divorce. "This is suffocating her," Betsy said. Stiva went to Anna. He found her in tears. Though full of his usual charm, he softened immediately, matching her sorrow with gentle sympathy. She told him she was miserable, unable to bear living with Alexei. "I hate him for his goodness," she confessed. She knew he was a decent man, better than she deserved, but she still despised him. She felt lost, hopeless. Stiva tried to calm her. He reminded her of the facts. She had married Alexei too young, without love. Then she had fallen for Vronsky, which had been a mistake, but it had already happened. Now, he asked, "Can you go on living with your husband?" Anna didn't know. She felt like she was falling into darkness with no way out. Stiva reassured her. "There's always a way," he said. He suggested divorce. At first she resisted, shaking her head. But in her eyes he saw a flicker of hope, as if the thought of freedom was too wonderful to believe. "I'll talk to him," Stiva promised. Anna said nothing, but her gaze was soft and wistful. Stiva entered Alexei's room with a serious look, as if stepping into an important meeting. Alexei paced slowly, deep in thought. Seeing his brother-in-law, he stopped and looked at him without much interest. Stiva, usually confident, felt uncharacteristically nervous. He hesitated before speaking, taking out a new cigarette case, sniffing the leather absent-mindedly. "I wanted to talk to you," he finally said, surprised by the unfamiliar unease in his voice. Alexei remained silent, his expression solemn, almost resigned. Instead of answering, he handed Stiva a letter he had begun writing. The letter spoke of his pain, his wish to do what was right, and his struggle to understand what would bring peace. He had tried to forgive, but he knew his presence only made things harder for Anna. He wanted to know what would truly make her happy. Stiva read the letter and felt a lump in his throat. "She is overwhelmed by your kindness," he said, struggling with his emotions. If she read this, she wouldn't know what to say. Alexei sighed. "What should I do?" he asked softly. Stiva hesitated, but then spoke carefully. "I think the best solution is to give each other freedom, a new understanding, a new start." "Divorce?" Alexei repeated the word with distaste. Stiva nodded, though he blushed as he said it. "Yes, divorce is the most logical choice when two people can't be happy together." Alexei closed his eyes, as if shutting out the thought. It was not so simple. What would happen to their son? Would he grow up in another man's home? And Anna, without marriage, what kind of future would she have? Would she be cast aside, lost, ruined? Stiva spoke again gently. "She leaves everything in your hands. She asks for nothing." Alexei felt a deep sorrow. He thought of the teachings of faith, of sacrifice. With a sharp breath, he whispered, "I will take the blame. I will give up everything, even my son. But is it really necessary?" Stiva was moved. He reassured Alexei that Anna appreciated his kindness. Though the situation was painful, it seemed to be fate. As Stiva left the room, he felt touched by the moment. But he was also relieved. He believed the matter was settled. Vronsky lay between life and death for days, his wound serious, but not fatal. When he finally spoke, his brother's wife, Varia, was by his side. He insisted his injury was an accident and did not wish anyone to think otherwise. Varya, relieved he was awake and aware, gently changed his bandages. Though weak, Vronsky's mind was clear. He repeated that no one should believe he had tried to end his life. Varya, with a soft smile, reassured him. As he recovered, Vronsky felt freed from part of his suffering. The act had somehow cleansed him of shame, allowing him to think of Alexei without humiliation. He could now move forward, living as he had before. Yet the deepest wound remained. He had lost Anna forever. Though he vowed to let her go, the regret lingered, the memory of their love haunting him. Serpuhovskoy arranged for Vronsky to take a post in Tashkent, and without hesitation he agreed. But as his departure neared, the weight of his sacrifice grew heavier. One final meeting with Anna, that was all he wished for. He confided in Betsy, who relayed his request to Anna, but she refused. Vronsky told himself it was for the best. Yet the next morning Betsy brought news. Stiva had confirmed Alexei agreed to a divorce. Vronsky, forgetting all else, rushed to Anna's home. When he saw her, reason vanished. He held her, kissed her, unable to stop. Anna, prepared to speak, found herself swept away by his passion. She tried to steady herself, but her heart surrendered. "Yes, you have conquered me, and I am yours," she whispered. Their love, though shadowed by pain, bound them once more. She smiled at him, though sorrow lingered in her eyes. He promised they would be happy, that their love would only grow stronger. Yet, as she touched his face, she murmured, "There is something terrible in it, after all that has happened." Vronsky wished only to escape with her, but Anna's thoughts drifted to her son. She refused the idea of divorce, caring only for what Alexei would decide about Seryozha. Vronsky could not understand. To him, nothing else mattered. In that moment, he made his choice. The appointment in Tashkent, once so important, meant nothing now. He abandoned his career without regret. Soon after, Anna and Vronsky left for abroad, choosing to love over all else, while Alexei remained alone with their son in St. Petersburg. The wedding plans had to be settled. Princess Shchebatskaya, concerned about the trousseau, wished for more time. But delaying it too long could bring complications, as an elderly relative was unwell. A compromise was reached. A portion of the trousseau would be prepared now, and the wedding would happen before Lent. Levin, lost in happiness, let others decide the details. His brother arranged money. Stiva suggested a trip abroad. But Kitty, understanding Levin's love for the countryside, wished to go there instead. Levin, surprised but indifferent, let Stiva handle the arrangements. At Dolly's house, he was full of joy. The church was filled with whispers as Levin arrived with his bride. Some murmured about Kitty looking pale, but to Levin she was more beautiful than ever. He saw only her delicate features framed by her veil, her kind eyes shining with truth. She smiled at him, teasing softly, "I thought you might run away." He blushed, embarrassed by the small mishap that had delayed him. Stiva, always cheerful, joked about candles, but Levin could hardly focus on anything but Kitty. For 3 months, Vronsky and Anna had travelled through Europe, Venice, Rome, Naples. Now they arrived in a quiet Italian town where they planned to stay for a while. At their hotel, a well-dressed head waiter informed Vronsky that their new home, a grand palazzo, was ready. relying on Vronsky's recently inherited wealth. Anna felt an overwhelming joy in her new life with Vronsky, untouched by guilt or regret. The painful memories of her past, her husband's sorrow, the parting from her son, seemed like a distant dream. She had once believed she should suffer for her choices, but as time passed, she realized she was not suffering at all. With her new baby girl in her arms and Vronsky by her side, happiness surrounded her. They had carefully avoided uncomfortable encounters with others, ensuring they were never placed in an awkward position. Her love for Vronsky only grew deeper. Every part of him, his thoughts, his presence, his devotion, felt precious to her. She admired him immensely and feared losing his love, though she had no reason to doubt him. He had given up his ambitions for her, showing no sign of regret. He was devoted, attentive, and always made sure she never felt uneasy. And yet this constant care, this unchanging devotion, at times felt stifling. Vronsky, despite achieving what he had long desired, found that happiness did not fill him as he had expected. The excitement of freedom and love soon settled into a quiet routine, leaving him restless. Without the structure of his old life, he felt an emptiness, a longing for something more. The old palazzo suddenly seemed faded and dirty. The same conversations with the same people, Golenishtchev, the Italian professor, the German traveller, became tiresome. Something had to change, and so they decided to leave. Russia called to them. Vronsky would settle his land affairs in Petersburg, while Anna longed to see her son. They would spend the summer on Vronsky's grand family estate, a new chapter awaiting them. Levin had been married for 3 months. He was happy, though not in the way he had imagined. He had thought marriage would be simple, a life of love without distractions. But he soon realized that daily life was full of unexpected details, small tasks, and responsibilities. Kitty, so delicate and poetic in his eyes, was deeply involved in their home. She cared about furniture, meals, and the arrangements for guests. Levin had never considered these things important, but he saw that they mattered to her. Even when he did not understand, he admired her energy and devotion. Then there were the quarrels. He had believed their life together would be peaceful, filled only with love. But one evening, when he returned home late, he found Kitty upset, overwhelmed with feelings of jealousy and doubt. Their first argument shook him, making him realize that their bond was deeper than he had ever known. He could not simply blame her or defend himself. Her pain was his own. Over time they made peace, but quarrels still arose, often over the smallest things. They did not always understand what was important to one another. Their moods did not always align. Some days happiness doubled, on others tension filled the air. The honeymoon period, which Levin had dreamed of as a time of pure joy, turned out to be the hardest part of their marriage. Both struggled to adjust, to find harmony in their new life. But as time passed, their love grew steadier. By the 3rd month, after returning from Moscow, they began to find a peaceful rhythm together. Their journey was not as effortless as Levin had once imagined, but in learning to love each other through both joy and struggle, they found something deeper, something lasting. Levin came upstairs to find Kitty sitting behind a new silver samovar, reading a letter from Dolly, while old Agafea sat nearby, sipping tea. Levin could see that despite any initial resistance, Kitty had won over the old housekeeper's affection. Kitty handed him a letter, but as he read it, his face changed. It was from Maria, his brother Nikolai's former mistress. She wrote that she had found Nikolai again, but now he was dangerously ill, stranded on the way to Moscow with no money left. Levin knew he had to go to him immediately. Kitty, seeing his distress, insisted on going with him, but Levin refused, feeling she would only be burdened by the rough journey. His response hurt her, especially when he suggested she only wanted to come because she didn't want to be left alone. The disagreement deepened. Kitty saw it as her duty to be by his side in difficult times, while Levin saw it as an unnecessary complication. Frustration grew until Kitty, deeply wounded, ran into the next room sobbing. Levin followed, struggling to calm her. She resisted at first, but when he gently held her face and spoke her name, she softened. They reconciled, and it was decided they would go together. Yet Levin remained unsettled. He felt irritated that Kitty had insisted despite her good intentions, and uneasy about her meeting Maria. The thought of his beloved wife in the same space as his brother's mistress filled him with quiet dread. Levin entered Nikolai's room and was struck with shock. Speaking with effort, Nikolai asked why Levin had not come sooner. Levin explained he had searched for news of him, but Nikolai did not respond. Levin, overwhelmed by sorrow, left the room and found Kitty waiting. She saw the pain in his face and gently held his arm, insisting that he take her to Nikolai. She believed she could help. Levin hesitated, not wanting her to suffer, but Kitty pleaded, saying it was harder for her to stay away. Seeing her determination, he agreed. Kitty entered Nikolai's room quietly, moving with warmth and care. She took his frail hand in hers and spoke softly, reminding him they had met before. Nikolai smiled briefly, but soon returned to his solemn expression. Noticing the poor state of the room, Kitty turned to Levin and suggested they find a better one so they could be closer. Levin found it painful to be near his sick brother. The sight and smell of illness overwhelmed him, making him feel helpless. He avoided looking too closely at the suffering and struggled with the feeling that nothing could be done. His presence seemed to frustrate his brother, making it even harder for Levin to stay in the room, yet he could not bear to leave either. Kitty, however, reacted differently. Her heart was filled with kindness and a desire to help. She immediately took charge, organizing the room, sending for the doctor, and making sure everything was clean and comfortable. Unlike Levin, she was not afraid to see the details of the illness. Instead, she focused on what could be done. She instructed the staff with calm determination, making sure her brother-in-law was properly cared for. Though Levin doubted the usefulness of her efforts, he was surprised to see that his brother was not irritated, but rather humbled and even comforted by her presence. When Levin returned from fetching the doctor, he found everything transformed. The air was fresh, the room was clean, and his brother was resting in clean sheets, looking at Kitty with gratitude. The new doctor examined the patient, prescribed medicine, and gave detailed instructions on diet and care. After the doctor left, Levin's brother spoke softly, expressing appreciation for Kitty. He even tried to kiss her hand, but hesitated, stroking it instead. She gently held his hand in both of hers, offering silent comfort. That night, Kitty noticed he needed to be turned to his preferred side. She asked Levin to help, knowing it would be difficult for him. Though it terrified him to touch his brother's fragile body, he gathered his strength and did as she asked. As he turned him, Kitty adjusted his pillow and smoothed back his damp hair. The sick man held Levin's hand and with great effort kissed it. Levin, overcome with emotion, left the room in tears. Next evening Maria rushed in, breathless, warning them that Nikolai was near death. Levin and Kitty hurried to his side. Dawn came, but death did not. Sergei, their elder brother, wrote a letter asking for forgiveness. But Nikolai dismissed it. He continued to fight against death, unwilling to surrender, though his body had long since given up. Then, on the 10th day, Kitty fell ill. The doctor advised rest, but she refused to abandon her vigil. That night, Nikolai's strength failed entirely. He ceased to speak, only pulling at his clothes as if trying to escape. Levin, recognizing the signs, called for a priest. As the final prayer was read, Nikolai lay motionless, his breath barely there. A quiet sigh, a final stretch, and then stillness. The priest declared him gone, but then, in the silence, a faint murmur. Not quite. Soon. A moment later, his lips curved into a soft, almost peaceful smile. With death now before him, Levin once again faced its great mystery. But this time, despair did not consume him. He looked at Kitty, his love for her stronger than ever, and just as one mystery remained unresolved, another took its place. Kitty was with child. Alexei felt lost when he realized people expected him to step aside for Anna. He tried to stay composed, but when a clerk brought an unpaid bill, his grief overwhelmed him. Alone and humiliated, he shut himself away, unable to face society's quiet scorn. He had no true friends, only distant acquaintances. His marriage had been more duty than love, and now with Anna gone, he had no one. His sorrow made him feel despised, not for wrongdoing, but simply for being deeply unhappy. More than anything, he felt abandoned, with no one to share his pain. Countess Lydia Ivanovna visited Alexei, offering comfort and urging him to find strength in faith. Though hesitant at first, he found solace in her words. She took charge of his household and reassured Seryozha, falsely telling him his mother was dead. Despite her poor management skills, her presence gave Alexei a sense of support. Influenced by her religious fervor, he embraced a new interpretation of faith, convincing himself he was spiritually saved. Though deep down he sensed its emptiness, he clung to it as his only escape from humiliation and sorrow. Countess Lydia Ivanovna had once been married to a wealthy but unfaithful man who abandoned her soon after their wedding. Though she no longer loved him, she spent her life in admiration of various distinguished people, including royals, clergy, intellectuals, and most recently, Alexei. She believed her love for him was different, deep, pure, and based on his noble soul and gentle manner. Lately, Lydia was anxious because Anna and Vronsky were in Petersburg. Determined to shield Alexei from any encounter with Anna, she carefully tracked their movements. Just as she began to relax, a letter from Anna arrived, sending her into a panic. In the letter, Anna humbly pleaded to see her son one last time before leaving the city. The tone of the letter, which Lydia found far too casual, infuriated her. Without hesitation, she ordered that no reply be given. Instead, she quickly wrote to Alexei, asking him to meet her at a formal gathering so they could discuss a grave and painful matter. Writing to him gave her great satisfaction, as she enjoyed the intimacy and mystery their letters provided. The grand gathering was ending, and people chatted about promotions and political changes. Among them, Alexei, dressed in his court uniform with a new ribbon of honor, stood discussing his latest project. As he moved through the crowd, his eyes sought Countess Lydia Ivanovna. She, dressed with great care to impress him, greeted him warmly. Alexei, used to the coldness of others, felt drawn to her kindness. She congratulated him on his honor, knowing it pleased him despite his humble shrug. Then, with hesitation, Lydia told him she had received a letter from Anna. His wife was in Petersburg. Alexei stiffened, but he had expected this moment. Seeing his calm acceptance, Lydia gazed at him in admiration, moved by what she saw as his strength and virtue. Alexei Alexandrovich visits Countess Lydia Ivanovna's cozy boudoir, where she shares a letter from Anna. Reading it, he hesitates, feeling he has no right to deny her request to see their son. Lydia, however, insists that allowing such a meeting would be cruel, especially to the boy, who believes his mother is dead. She persuades Alexei to refuse, offering to write the reply herself. In her letter, Lydia coldly tells Anna that seeing her son would only harm him, urging her to accept the refusal with Christian love. This letter deeply wounds Anna. While waiting for his father's lesson, Seryozha daydreams about his mother. He refuses to believe she is truly dead, despite what Lydia Ivanovna and his father have told him. He often searches for her during his walks, hoping to recognize her among passing women. That night, just before falling asleep, Seryozha prays for a special birthday wish, for his mother to stop hiding and come to him, then drifts off to sleep, feeling his mother's presence in his dreams. Vronsky and Anna arrived in Petersburg, staying in a hotel. Vronsky visited his brother, where he also met his mother, but neither spoke of Anna. The next day his brother asked directly, and Vronsky made it clear that he considered Anna his wife and hoped for a divorce, so they could marry. He insisted that if his family wished to remain close to him, they must also accept Anna. His brother, unsure of society's judgment, agreed to visit her. Everywhere he went in Petersburg, Vronsky felt haunted by Alexei's presence, his name, his influence, his shadow. Even more troubling, Anna seemed restless and distant. Sometimes she was loving, but other times withdrawn and cold. Something was troubling her, yet she did not acknowledge the humiliations they faced. Their days in Petersburg felt heavy, full of silent struggles and unspoken worries. Anna had longed to see her son, Seryozha, ever since she left Italy. Now that she was back in St. Petersburg, she realized it would not be easy. She couldn't go to her old home directly, nor could she bear to write to her husband Alexei for permission. Determined not to give up, Anna made a plan. The next morning, on Seryozha's birthday, she would go to the house disguised as a messenger bringing gifts. She hoped to bribe the servants and see her son, if only for a moment. When she arrived, memories of her past life in the house overwhelmed her. The old servant, Kapitonich, recognized her and let her in. She made her way upstairs, heart pounding. Then she heard a small yawn. her son's voice. Entering his room, she saw him waking up, stretching sleepily in bed. At first he stared at her in confusion, but as soon as he recognized her, he smiled and threw himself into her arms. Anna held him tightly, tears in her eyes, overwhelmed with love. Seryoja, delighted, told her he had known she would come. He laughed, hugged her, and kissed her hands, overjoyed to see his mother. Anna could barely speak, taking in how much he had grown. For this brief moment, nothing else mattered, only the warmth of her child in her arms. Seryoja's tutor, Vasily Lukich, was unsure whether to enter the nursery when he realized that Anna, Seryoja's mother, was there. Listening to their tender reunion, he hesitated and decided to wait, wiping away tears. In the household, the servants were in a panic. They knew Anna had arrived and feared she would run into Alexei, who always visited the nursery at 9. Korny, the valet, scolded the porter, Kapitonich, for letting her in, but the old man defended himself fiercely. Meanwhile, the nurse rushed to warn Anna that Alexei would be arriving soon. Inside the nursery, Seryoja excitedly told his mother about a sledding accident, but Anna was lost in thought. She knew she had little time and felt the weight of leaving him again. When the nurse entered, she tearfully greeted Anna and kissed her hands, overwhelmed with emotion. Seryoja held tightly to both his mother and the nurse, glowing with happiness. But when he noticed the whispering between them and the sadness in Anna's eyes, his joy turned to confusion. He clung to her, not wanting her to leave. She called him by his childhood nickname, trying to reassure him. He understood she was in pain and loved him, but he didn't understand why she seemed afraid and ashamed. Anna urged him to love his father, saying Alexei was kinder than she was, and that one day he would understand everything. But Seryoja cried, insisting there was no one better than his mother. He hugged her tightly, his small body trembling. Anna wept with him, holding him close. Then the door opened. The tutor entered, and at the same time footsteps approached from the other side. The nurse whispered in alarm. Alexei was coming. Quickly she handed Anna her hat. Seryoja, heartbroken, collapsed onto the bed, covering his face in tears. Anna kissed him once more and rushed out. As she reached the door, she locked eyes with Alexei. He paused and bowed his head. But instead of feeling guilt, Anna was overwhelmed by resentment and jealousy. Without a word, she pulled down her veil and hurried away, clutching the toy she had lovingly chosen for her son, but never had the chance to give. Anna had longed to see her son, but when she finally did, it deeply affected her. Returning to her lonely hotel room, she sat quietly, unsure of what to do next. She wasn't ready to face the day and dismissed everyone who came to attend to her. Soon the nurse arrived with her baby girl, who eagerly reached for Anna with her tiny hands. Anna smiled and kissed her daughter, but she felt a distance between herself and the baby that she hadn't felt with Seryoja. Anna's love for her son was deep and complicated. She sent a message asking Vronsky to come, hoping he would comfort her. When the message came back, she learned that he was not alone. He had brought a friend, Prince Yashvin. Anna felt hurt and began to wonder if Vronsky had stopped loving her. Vronsky returns home and finds that Anna isn't there. He learns that she went out with her aunt, Princess Oblonskaya, without saying where she was going. Anna's strange behavior and nervous energy make him worried. He decides to have a serious conversation with her. When Anna returns with her aunt, She seems calm and chatty, talking about her shopping trip. Vronsky notices her distracted energy, but tries to understand her. At dinner, Anna behaves in an overly lively and almost flirtatious way, which puzzles him. After dinner, Anna prepares to go to the theatre, dressed beautifully, and Vronsky is alarmed. He tries to convince her not to go, but Anna is determined, saying she doesn't care about others' opinions as long as they love each other. She insists on going to the theatre with her friend Princess Varvara. Vronsky is torn between concern for her and his love for her, but Anna remains firm in her decision. Vronsky, feeling frustrated and angry with Anna, struggles to understand her choices. He is upset that she went to the theatre, dressed in a way that seems to challenge society. He is also angry at himself for not being able to express his feelings to her. After thinking about it, he goes to the theatre, but avoids looking directly at her. At the theatre, he notices Anna in a box, talking with others, but he feels uneasy. Anna's behaviour seems to have caused some tension, and Vronsky hears that Madame Kartasova insulted her. The situation bothers Vronsky, and he feels pity for Anna. Later, Vronsky goes to Anna's room, where she is upset, blaming him for everything. She tells him about the humiliating incident at the theatre. Vronsky reassures her of his love, and they both calm down. They decide to leave for the country the next day, feeling reconciled. Dolly decides to visit Anna despite knowing her family, especially the Levins, disapprove of Anna's relationship with Vronsky. Vronsky offers to walk alone with Dolly while the others visit the stables. Once alone, he confides in her, asking for her help. He knows Dolly is a true friend to Anna and hopes she can persuade Anna to request a divorce from her husband, Anna Karenina. Without it, Vronsky explains, their children will legally belong to Karenina, not him. Even a future son would carry Karenina's name, not his. This deeply troubles Vronsky, who wants their family to have a proper future. Dolly, surprised Anna hasn't thought of this herself, agrees to speak to her. She remembers how Anna often lowers her eyelids when facing hard truths, as if closing her eyes to reality. Vronsky, clearly distressed but hopeful, thanks Dolly, and they walk back to the house together. By evening, she decides to cut her visit short, longing for the familiar chaos of her home and children. As she prepares for bed, she's relieved to be alone with her thoughts, even dreading Anna's company at that moment. Anna visits Dolly at night, wanting to talk about many things but finds herself lost for words. She asks about Kitty, worried Kitty might hate her, but Dolly assures her that Kitty doesn't, though things can't be forgotten. The conversation shifts to Anna's life and her relationship with Vronsky. Anna admits she often feels lonely and knows Vronsky will spend time away from home, like for upcoming horse races. Dolly gently suggests Anna might consider marriage, but Anna reacts with bitterness, pointing out the hypocrisy of society. She shares that Vronsky wants to legitimize their daughter and have the right to call Anna his wife. Anna, however, feels trapped, more a slave than a wife, and firmly says she won't have more children. Dolly is shocked when Anna explains she has taken steps to prevent future pregnancies, seeing it as unnatural. Anna defends her choice, saying she doesn't want her children to be born into shame, bearing a stranger's name. Though Dolly once thought similarly, hearing Anna's words now feels wrong and painful. The two women realize how far apart they are in their views, with a silent understanding that some things between them can never be agreed upon. Dolly gently suggests to Anna that she should try to legalize her situation by getting a divorce. Anna's mood shifts quickly from light-hearted to sad, and she admits she thinks about it all the time but feels helpless. She explains that her husband, influenced by Countess Lydia Ivanovna, would likely refuse. Even if he agreed, she fears losing her son, Seryoja, who would grow up despising her. Anna feels torn between her love for Seryoja and Vronsky, unable to have both in her life, leaving her hopeless. After the emotional talk, Dolly prays and decides she must return home the next day, longing for the comfort of her children. Anna, meanwhile, takes a dose of morphine to calm herself before going to bed. Vronsky notices her mood but doesn't ask about the conversation. The next morning, despite their host's protests, Dolly prepares to leave. Anna tried to stay calm, not wanting her sadness to push Vronsky away, but his cold look hurt her, making her feel small and powerless. She realized that only love and charm could keep him close, and she began to long for a divorce, so they could finally marry. While he was away for 5 days, Anna kept busy with walks, reading, and visiting the hospital. But on the 6th day, when Vronsky didn't return, worry took over. Even their child Annie's mild illness couldn't distract her. In a moment of panic, she wrote Vronsky a distressed letter and sent it without thinking. When his calm reply arrived the next day, she regretted her words, but still felt relieved that he was coming home. When Vronsky returned, Anna rushed to greet him, afraid of the coldness she saw in his last glance. Though he asked about Annie, his polite but distant manner made Anna uneasy. Still, she was simply glad he was back. Later, alone, Anna brought up the letter, sensing he hadn't forgiven her for it. Their conversation grew tense, touching on Vronsky's upcoming trip to Moscow. Desperate not to be left behind, Anna insisted she would go with him, even threatening separation if they didn't live together fully. She declared they must get a divorce, and Vronsky, though agreeing, had a fleeting look of resentment, a glance Anna noticed and never forgot. Determined, Anna wrote to her husband about a divorce. By the end of November, she went with Vronsky to Moscow. They now lived as though they were married, waiting for Alexei's reply. The Levins had been in Moscow for 3 months, waiting anxiously for Kitty's overdue childbirth, though she remained calm and full of love for her unborn child. Levin, however, was restless in the city, unable to focus on his book or find meaningful tasks, unlike his confident self in the country. Despite this, their life in Moscow saw fewer quarrels. A significant moment arose when Kitty unexpectedly met Vronsky at her godmother's home. Though she blushed briefly, she quickly composed herself, speaking politely but keeping her distance. Her father was proud of her grace, and Kitty felt pleased with her own restraint. When she told Levin about the encounter, blushing again, he listened quietly but was reassured by her honesty. He promised to treat Vronsky amicably, strengthening their bond and leaving Kitty relieved and happy. Weeks later, Levin strolls through the club with a light-hearted feeling, joined by his father-in-law, the prince. Stiva finds them and warmly introduces Levin to Vronsky, hoping the two will become friends. They shake hands, both polite but unsure of what to say. Stepan suggests they visit Anna, and Vronsky agrees but decides to stay a bit longer to watch over his friend Yashvin, who is losing at cards. Levin leaves the club with Stiva, his sense of calm fading as the bumpy streets and city noise jolt him back to reality. Doubts creep in about visiting Anna. What would Kitty think? When they arrive at Anna's home, Stiva strides confidently inside, while Levin, increasingly uneasy, follows. They move through dimly lit rooms until they reach the study, where Levin's attention is instantly seized by Anna's portrait. Painted by Mihailov in Italy, the woman in the frame seems more than lifelike. Stunning, mysterious, and alluring, with an intensity that overwhelms him. He can't look away. Suddenly, the real Anna appears, stepping from behind a screen. She is dressed elegantly but simply, her beauty less idealized than the portraits, yet even more captivating for its warmth and vitality. Levin, startled, finds himself face to face with the very woman who had just seemed untouchable and distant. A striking contrast between art and reality. Levin's meeting with Anna is filled with surprising warmth and unexpected depth. Anna greets him with genuine pleasure, her confidence and natural charm immediately putting him at ease. As the evening draws to a close, Levin realizes how quickly time has passed. He now sees Anna not just as a scandalous figure, but as a deeply human wounded woman. Walking away, Levin is left wondering not about the judgment he once passed on Anna, but whether Vronsky truly grasps the depth of the woman he loves. Levin returns home, where he learns that Kitty is well, but had been left alone after dinner with her sisters. When Levin tells Kitty about his evening, she notices he blushes when mentioning Anna. Though he tries to explain, saying Stiva and Dolly encouraged the visit, Kitty's quiet reaction hides her growing worry. Later, unable to hold back, she breaks into tears, accusing Levin of being enchanted by Anna. Levin comforts Kitty, admitting Anna affected him, especially since he had been drinking, but vows to avoid her. They talk late into the night, both realizing how life in Moscow, full of empty conversations, has been wearing them down. Finally, at 3 a.m, they calm down enough to sleep, though the tension still lingers quietly between them. After her guests left, Anna walked around the room thinking. She had tried to make Levin feel something for her, as she often did with young men, even though he was married. She knew she had some effect on him, but once he was gone, she stopped thinking about him. Her mind kept circling one thought. Why did Vronsky seem distant? He said he stayed with Yashvin, but Anna wondered if that was an excuse. She felt like Vronsky was trying to show her that his love for her wouldn't take away his freedom, but she didn't want proof of his independence. She just wanted his love. She felt trapped in Moscow, waiting for something that never seemed to happen. When Vronsky finally came home, Anna pretended to be calm, reading a book by the lamp. She was upset that he was late, but didn't want him to see how sad she really felt. She asked about Yashvin, and Vronsky explained he tried to pull him away from gambling, but Yashvin went back. Anna questioned why Vronsky stayed, and their words grew tense. Vronsky reached for her hand, wanting to comfort her, but Anna pulled back, accusing him of being stubborn. She said his actions felt like a battle for control. When she told him how lost and scared she felt, she started to cry. Vronsky, worried by her sadness, kissed her hand and asked how he could make her happy. Anna brushed it off, pretending it was just her nerves. She changed the subject to the horse races, and Vronsky talked about them, but his voice became colder. Though Anna felt like she had won the argument by making Vronsky feel guilty, she realized something dark had crept into their relationship, a feeling of conflict and pride. Even with love between them, an invisible force of struggle was growing stronger. Levin, exhausted from a day of drinking, careless spending, and visiting Anna, which hurt Kitty, slept deeply. At 5 a.m. he woke to find Kitty feeling unwell but calm. 2 hours later she gently asked him to call the midwife, and Levin, panicked but awed by her strength and glowing beauty, obeyed. Kitty endured the pain bravely, even giving instructions to the maid. Hearing her soft moan, Levin realized she was truly in labor. Overwhelmed by fear and love, he prayed for the first time in years. As the midwife arrived, Levin rushed off in a sledge to fetch the doctor, his heart pounding with hope. Levin, filled with determination, tries to help Kitty during her labor. He faces delays, a doctor slow to wake and a chemist hesitant to give opium, but remains calm despite his growing frustration. Returning home with the doctor, he finds the princess emotional, but stays strong for Kitty. Hours stretch endlessly as Levin watches his wife's pain, helpless yet unwavering. The house buzzes with activity, but time blurs for Levin. He swings between moments of calm and panic, praying more and more, turning to God with simple, desperate pleas for mercy. Bound by love and fear, he refuses to leave Kitty's side. A terrible scream shatters the quiet. Rushing to Kitty's side, he finds her swollen and in agony, clutching his hands before pushing him away in pain. Overwhelmed, he flees the room, desperate for her suffering to end. The doctor's grave response makes Levin fear Kitty is dying. Then, sudden silence. Back in the room, Levin sees Kitty exhausted but peaceful, whispering, "It's over." Lizaveta Petrovna holds their tiny newborn son. Kitty, still dazed, asks if it's true, and the princess sobs in relief. The baby's strong cry breaks the stillness. A new life has begun. Levin, stunned and joyful, kisses Kitty's hand, his heart overflowing with love and disbelief. Though the baby feels strange and unfamiliar, Levin knows his world has changed forever. Stiva speaks to Alexei about Anna, asking him to grant her a divorce. The moment Anna's name is mentioned, Alexei's face becomes cold and lifeless. Stiva gently reminds him of his earlier promise to give Anna freedom, explaining how unbearable her life is now, waiting in Moscow for an answer like a prisoner facing an uncertain fate. Alexei insists the matter was settled when Anna refused to give up her son, but Stiva pleads, saying Anna no longer asks for her child, just a way out of her painful situation. Though Alexei struggles with his faith and the laws of divorce, Stiva reminds him of his past kindness. Alexei, upset, asks Stiva to stop pushing the subject. In the end, he agrees to think about it and promises to give his final answer in 2 days. Stiva meets Seryozha, now called Sergei Alexeyevich, at Alexei's home. Alexei reminds Stiva not to mention Anna, saying Seryozha was very ill after their last meeting and has since grown stronger, attending school and making friends. When Stiva greets his nephew, the boy looks at him like a stranger, then blushes and turns away, uncomfortable. It's clear that Stiva's presence stirs memories of Anna, memories Seryozha tries to push aside to stay loyal to his father. Outside his father's sight, Seryozha opens up a little, telling Stiva about a school game where they pretend to run a railway, with one boy acting as the conductor. Despite his promise to Alexei, Stiva gently asks if Seryoja remembers his mother. The boy quickly says no, his face clouding over. Later, found alone on the stairs, Seryoja angrily questions why he should have to remember her, speaking not just to his tutor, but to the world, frustrated, confused, and hurt. The next day, Alexei sent his final answer. He refused to allow Anna's divorce. Anna and Vronsky's relationship unravels further. After a bitter quarrel, Anna is tormented by Vronsky's coldness, convinced he hates her because he loves another woman. She imagines cruel words he never spoke, but that she feels in his silence. Desperate, she contemplates suicide, hoping her death will make him regret his indifference. However, in a panic at the thought of dying, she clings to the hope that their love might still be salvaged. The next day, a small encounter, Vronsky speaking warmly to a young girl delivering a parcel, reignites Anna's jealousy. She confronts him, but he remains calm, focused on his own affairs. When he asks about their planned trip, Anna declares that he will go, but she will not. Their brief, painful exchange ends with her ominous warning, "You will be sorry for this." Vronsky, frustrated and exasperated, dismisses it as an empty threat, choosing to ignore her turmoil as he leaves the house once again. Anna is consumed by anxiety and fear after Vronsky leaves. Panicked at the thought that their relationship is truly over, she desperately sends a note begging him to return, but the messenger fails to catch him. As the fear of being alone overwhelms her, she seeks solace in her daughter's nursery, but the child's resemblance to Vronsky only deepens her despair. Convinced Vronsky hasn't received her note, Anna writes a second one and sends a telegram, pleading for him to come back. Anna rides through a bright and busy Moscow afternoon, but her mind is clouded with turmoil. The lively streets contrast sharply with her brooding thoughts as she reflects on her humiliation and desperation over Vronsky. She resolves to seek comfort from Dolly, hoping for sympathy and advice, but her heart is heavy with bitterness. Arriving at the Oblonskys', Anna discovers that Kitty, Vronsky's former love interest, is also there. The thought of facing Kitty stings, and Anna's insecurities flare, believing Kitty must view her with disdain. During the brief and strained encounter, Anna masks her pain with cutting remarks, hinting at her unhappiness, while making subtle jabs at Kitty's relationship with Levin. Despite the tension, Kitty, moved by Anna's sorrowful demeanor, feels pity rather than resentment. Anna's departure is abrupt and unsteady, leaving both sisters unsettled. Dolly remarks on Anna's unusual distress, while Kitty, struck by Anna's tragic aura, can only whisper how piteous she seems. Anna's inner torment remains unresolved as she leaves, still haunted by her unraveling life. Anna leaves Dolly's house feeling humiliated and isolated, her strained encounter with Kitty reinforcing her sense of being an outcast. As she returns home, her thoughts spiral, resenting Kitty's stable marriage, imagining others' judgment, and feeling bitter toward Vronsky. She perceives the world around her as false and malicious. When a terse telegram from Vronsky confirms he won't arrive until late, Anna's despair deepens into rage. She fixates on confronting him, envisioning him enjoying the company of others while she suffers alone. Overwhelmed, she hastily decides to go to the railway station, desperate to escape both her home and her anguish. Her actions grow erratic, lashing out at servants, refusing food, and abandoning all logic. As the carriage departs, Anna's turmoil mounts, driven not just by Vronsky's perceived neglect, but by an unbearable desire to break free from her emotional torment. Arriving at the station, she feels alienated from the crowd, consumed by sorrow and hopelessness. She briefly forgets her destination and is jolted back to reality by a question about her ticket. In the waiting room, she imagines confronting Vronsky, anticipating how he might be complaining to his mother, unaware of her torment. Her heart beats with rage and longing, caught in a tragic loop of wanting his love while resenting its decline. This moment reveals Anna's raw emotional state as she clings to a fading love and the painful reality of its end. She looked at the lower part of the carriages, at the screws and chains, and the tall cast iron wheel of the first carriage slowly moving up, and trying to measure the middle between the front and back wheels, and the very minute when that middle point would be opposite her. There, she said to herself, looking into the shadow of the carriage, at the sand and coal dust which covered the sleepers. There, in the very middle, and I will punish him and escape from everyone and from myself. She tried to fling herself below the wheels of the first carriage as it reached her, but the red bag which she tried to drop out of her hand delayed her, and she was too late. She missed the moment. She had to wait for the next carriage. A feeling such as she had known when about to take the first plunge in bathing came upon her, and she crossed herself. That familiar gesture brought back into her soul a whole series of girlish and childish memories, and suddenly the darkness that had covered everything for her was torn apart, and life rose up before her for an instant with all its bright past joys. But she did not take her eyes from the wheels of the second carriage, and exactly at the moment when the space between the wheels came opposite her, she dropped the red bag, and drawing her head back into her shoulders, fell on her hands under the carriage, and lightly, as though she would rise again at once, dropped onto her knees. And at the same instant she was terror-stricken at what she was doing. Where am I? What am I doing? What for? She tried to get up, to drop backwards, but something huge and merciless struck her on the head and rolled her on her back. Lord, forgive me all, she said, feeling it impossible to struggle. A peasant muttering something was working at the iron above her, and the light by which she had read the book filled with troubles, falsehoods, sorrow, and evil flared up more brightly than ever before, lighted up for her all that had been in darkness, flickered, began to grow dim, and was quenched forever. Anna's life ends tragically when she throws herself under a train, a desperate act that comes after a series of personal struggles. Her affair with Vronsky, which initially seemed to offer a chance at happiness, ultimately led to her isolation. Anna's internal turmoil over her relationships, societal rejection, and the pain of losing her son Sergei contributed to her demise. Her death leaves a profound impact on those around her, especially Vronsky. Vronsky is devastated by Anna's death. The once proud and determined officer is left emotionally shattered, as his deep love for Anna never wavered. He is affected by guilt, grief, and a sense of purposelessness after her suicide. He continues to fight in the Serbian war, but struggles with a loss of direction in his life. His emotional torment is compounded by the feeling that his life with Anna could have been something meaningful, but instead it ended in tragedy. Levin, at the conclusion of the novel, is struggling with questions of life, faith, and the purpose of existence. His brother's death and his own doubts about religion have caused him to question everything he once believed. However, in the final chapter, he experiences a moment of spiritual clarity. Levin realizes that the meaning of life lies not in grand intellectual answers, but in living a life of sincere, everyday work and love. This epiphany brings him peace, and he finds solace in his wife, Kitty, and their family. Kitty, Levin's wife, grows more deeply connected to him after the tumult of their early years together. She is a loving mother to their son Mitya and finds fulfillment in her domestic life. Although Levin grapples with spiritual doubts, Kitty represents warmth, compassion, and stability, and she helps him through his struggles with faith and identity. Stiva continues to live his life in a relatively carefree manner. His infidelities and playful attitude toward life remain unchanged, and he seems untouched by the profound struggles of his relatives. However, he has become more mature in his relationship with his wife Dolly, and although he still indulges in his personal pleasures, he maintains a sense of familial responsibility. Dolly, Stiva's wife, is a more grounded figure. She is deeply involved in the lives of her children and is dedicated to their upbringing. Despite her difficult marriage, she has a sense of duty and loyalty to her family. Her love for her children is central to her life, and she shares a deep bond with Kitty, who looks to her as a motherly figure. Sergei, Levin's brother-in-law, is an intellectual, and throughout the novel, his detached and somewhat cynical view of life contrasts with Levin's emotional and spiritual struggles. He remains dedicated to his academic pursuits, although he is also deeply affected by Anna's death and the broader societal questions it raises. The end. Please don't forget to subscribe if you'd like to hear my next stories. Thank you for your support. Until then.